Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers followed by a roll call if there was in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question.
True or false? Under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. Get the answer at the end of this introduction.
On this session's agenda, debate is to be concluded to the Jury Amendment Act 2026. The bill was tabled in the House on January 13 by Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, who had indicated that he intended to take it through all its stages. But after listening to several concerns raised by Leader of the Opposition, Member of Parliament Mark Golding, a former Justice Minister, Minister Chuck announced a pause. Among the concerns raised by Mr. Golding was the proposed clause which outlines the matters a judge must consider in confirming a trial date. These include the status of disclosure, witness availability, readiness of the parties, estimated trial length, and whether any issues remain that could affect the scheduled trial date. For your information, Jamaicans called for jury duty could see an increase in their stipend for the job. The bill before the House proposes to increase the stipend paid to jurors from $2,000 to $6,000 for each day or any part of a day that they perform their duty. The bill also proposes a new payment of $2,000 per day for individuals who are summoned for jury service but are not selected, covering the days they attend court during the jury selection process. Members will conclude the debate on Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. Also on the agenda, the fourth supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. It's to be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked,
under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside Jamaica of Jamaican parentage can have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. It's true. It says so in the Jamaican Nationality Act. You are able to work without a work permit, vote in general and local government elections, receive social benefits, and get access to government programs, duty-free allowance from customs and at the airport. Every country has their own laws on whether or not a person can hold citizenship in 2 or more countries. Jamaica accepts dual nationals. Persons interested in becoming citizens of Jamaica should check first to see if their country allows for dual nationality. There are several categories of citizenship. These include citizenship in case of doubt, citizenship by descent, citizenship by marriage, registration of Commonwealth nationals, naturalization as well.
The proceedings will begin in a few moments.
Jamaica is on the move with smarter and cleaner transportation. The government is enhancing the JUTC fleet with 100 new CNG buses with 10 specially outfitted for the disabled. Running on compressed natural gas, these buses reduce emissions while offering advanced safety features and Wi-Fi. Jamaica is driving in comfort towards a sustainable future.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know we're there. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules setter. Keep everything fair so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Embark on a journey to discover the truth that sets us free. Join us on Tomorrow's World, your weekly source of hope, answers, and divine insight. Sundays at 9 a.m. with rebroadcasts on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30 a.m. Tune in right here on PBCJ, the People's Station, and be inspired.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens. Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Every year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions of our taxes to be spent on goods and services provided by the private sector. Everything from pens to power plants, cleaning services to construction are obtained through a process called public procurement. But who funds this process? Citizens do. And we want our taxes to be spent wisely. When we talk about public procurement, there's a critical concept called value for money. We hear it in the Parliament all the time, but what does it really mean? Some think value for money means choosing the cheapest option, but it's more than that. For example, a community needs a new bridge, and the government receives bids from 3 companies. Company A offers to build it for $10 million in 18 months with a 50-year lifespan. Company B wants $12 million to finish in 12 months with a 75-year lifespan. Company C asks for $8 million, needs 24 months with a 25-year lifespan. Company B actually offers the best value for money. To determine that, we look for 4 crucial factors: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. Let's explore what each means. For economy, we must look beyond the upfront price and consider the full lifetime costs to maintain the bridge. Cheaper options could lead to frequent and expensive repairs. We get efficiency if the bridge is built within budget and on time, with no waste of materials. To achieve this, we need the best team, and clear criteria helps the government to pick the best proposal. Effectiveness looks at whether the government achieves its goal. This could require a community needs assessment to ensure the bridge will reduce transport costs and travel time, withstand the annual flooding with little disturbance to plant and animal life. Finally, equity. This is about fairness, satisfying the different needs of the community. The bridge design considers not just cars and pedestrians, but is sensitive to the needs of the elderly, the disabled community, and children. So when we're talking about value for money, don't just ask how much it did cost. Ask, what are we truly getting for our money? The cheapest option today can become the most expensive mistake tomorrow.
And princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We in thy unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estate within the same in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated.
Well done, boy. 10 out of 10. I'm so proud.
This honorable house This honorable house now resumes its sitting. I wish to welcome all to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. It's always a great honor and pleasure to welcome you, and I trust that today's proceedings will progress in its usual productive and cordial manner and in keeping with the provisions of the standing orders. I would like to extend a special welcome to those who are joining us in the gallery as well as those online via the various social media platforms. Of note, in the gallery are 70 students from law school, that is UWI. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the houses. And from Sierra Leone, we have some visitors. Minister Nabila Tunis, Fatmata Samora, Francis Moma, Diana Walton, Rosalie Hamilton, and Mr. Dwayne Gutzmer. Welcome to the Jamaican Houses of Parliament. Minister is the Minister of Tourism in Sierra Leone, and they are the guests of Minister Bartlett here in Jamaica. I hope you enjoy your time with us in our warm, beautiful island. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Present. Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Matthew Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Philbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Ambassador Marks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Clark. I forgot to mention the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. 15 of those students are also joining us in the gallery. Welcome to the Houses of Parliament. And taking their leave at this time is the delegation from Sierra Leone. If there are any members who would like to greet them on the outside, you may so do. Thank you so much for being here with us today. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just add my own welcome. Minister of Tourism from Sierra Leone, who I had the pleasure of meeting, and the students from Mona Law who are here along with their lecturer. And I do hope that one day some of them will be sitting on this side of the House. On this side of the House. Madam Speaker, we do have a lot of ground to cover. So we are going to ask, Madam Speaker, that we go to notices, that we go through the agenda.
Statement by ministers, announcements, bills brought from the Senate. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Financial Institution Services Limited for the year 2023 and its related ministry paper numbered 05 of 2026, titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of Financial Institution Services Limited for the year ended March 31, 2023. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Financial Sector Adjustment Company Limited for the year March 2023 and its related ministry paper numbered 06 of 2026, titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of Financial Sector Adjustment Company Limited for the year ended March 31, 2023. Combined Annual Report of the Office of the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons for the period 2020 to 2025. Annual Report of the Office of the Public Defender for the year 2024. Auditor General's Department Information Technology Audit Report on the Support Jamaica website for Hurricane Melissa Relief Initiative. Auditor General's Department's Compliance Audit Report on governance, procurement activities, and receipt of distribution of Starlink devices for Hurricane Melissa Relief Initiative. Ministry Paper numbered 07 of 2026, titled The Caribbean Development Bank Special Developments Fund Unified 11th Cycle for the year ended March 2023. Ministry Paper numbered 08 of 2026, titled Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest, Third General Capital Increase. Ministry Paper numbered 09 of 2026, entitled Concept Paper, The Development of a National Policy for Alternative Dispute Resolution, entitled Advancing Justice Through Alternative Dispute Resolution for Jamaica. The Casino Gaming General Regulations of 2025 under the Casino Gaming Act. Integrity Commission's reports of investigation into allegations that the following officers of the Post and Telecommunications Department failed to submit their statutory declarations for the period ending December 31, 2023. Ms. Marvette McPherson, Inspector; Mr. Balford Bryan, Inspector; Ms. Victoria Stewart, Branch Manager; Ms. Valerie Mullings, Branch Manager; Ms. Cavell Miller, Branch Manager; and Mrs. Hazel McClymont Donaldson, an Inspector, and their indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's reports of investigation into allegations that the following officers of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission failed to submit their statutory declarations for the period ending December 31, 2023. Mr. Philip Anderson, Investigator; Ms. Nikisha Scott, Investigator; and Mr. Daniel Jump, an Accounting Clerk or Cashier, and their indicative ruling. Jamaica Public Bodies' third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The fourth supplementary estimates 2025-2026. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts under head 26,000 recurrent for the Ministry of National Security, year 2019-2020. Head 26,000C capital for the Ministry of National Security for 2019-2020. 26,000C capital for the Ministry of National Security for the year 2020-2021. Head 26,000 recurrent, Ministry of National Security, 2020-2021. Head 06,000, Office of the Services Commissions for 2021-2022. Head 17,000, Ministry of Tourism for the year 2022-2023. Head 28,000, Recurrent, Ministry of Justice for 2022-2023. Head 28,000C Capital for the Ministry of Justice for the year 2022-2023. Head 42035 for the Department of Government Chemists, year 2023-2024. Head 28,000C Capital, Ministry of Justice for the year 2023-2024. And finally, Head 28,000 Recurrent for the Ministry of Justice, 2023-2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bills brought by the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise this Honorable House of Representatives that on the 30th day of January 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. The Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Petitions paper, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, notices of motions given orally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, as laid on the table of the House on the third day of February 2026, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved, with reference to the resolutions approved by this Honourable House, appointing the following committees: Select Committee to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on the Domestic Violence Act. Select Committee to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on Green Paper Number 1/2025, National Policy for Culture, Entertainment and the Creative Economy 2025 to 2026, and the Caucus of Women Parliamentarians, that these committees be allowed to hold hybrid meetings that are partially virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below, preserving the rights, powers, and privileges, including voting rights, normally according to a member of a committee. The committees are hereby empowered to convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which shall be considered committee meetings for the purpose of the mandate of the committee. 2, allow access and participation from remote locations as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3, include members accessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. 4, receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies from any person. And 5, consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming a part of the record of the committee meetings. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House. First obtained. Public business. House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, thank you. In public business, we will start with the tabling of the fourth supplemental estimates. We do have 2 pieces of legislation to complete today, and we do have a statement by a minister that we will go back to, but we want to start with our fourth supplemental estimate. So we turn over to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fourth supplementary that is here today in Parliament is a result of the following adjustments to the 2025-2026 budget. The central government expenditure estimates are being adjusted to incorporate total incremental expenditure of $14.36 billion, of which $13.4 billion relates to Hurricane Melissa expenditure approved by Cabinet subsequent to either the preparation of or the approval of the third supplementary in December 2025. And $960 million representing an initial payment to Trans-America's Fiber Systems Limited due upon signing of a letter of intent between that entity and the government of Jamaica to pursue the provision of additional subsea fiber capacity. The 2025-26 public bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure reflects the changes there, reflect the additional central government budgetary support approved for the Development Bank of Jamaica. Additionally, Madam Speaker, there is an adjustment to the budget of the Ministry of Health and Wellness for $400 million to be utilized under Phase 1 of the Hurricane Melissa Rehabilitation Program for public health, with $300 million for facilities assessment and repair mobilization, and $100 million for the purchase of fixed assets in the region. So the additional $13.4 billion being proposed for regularization in the fourth supplementary estimates will bring the total sum allocated by Cabinet for pre- and post-Hurricane Melissa response and relief activities to $66.76 billion, inclusive of the $24.18 billion loan approved by Cabinet to the Jamaica Public Service Company to facilitate the speedy restoration of electricity across the island. Madam Speaker, those are the important points to note in the fourth supplementary for central government and the third supplementary for the public bodies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If there are no other contributions, Minister, would you be so kind as to...
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, to ensure the efficient running of the House today, what we're going to ask is that the members of the PAAC be permitted to leave to consider the estimates, and then we will continue the business of the House. As such, those members would leave, and we'll turn to Minister Wheatley in relation to... We'll continue the debate on the Cybercrimes Act. I think there's members who have not yet contributed can contribute, and I've been advised, we'll come into the statement, I've been advised that there is a contribution, then we will close the debate. So continue that debate.
Chair of the committee, the PAAC
Madam Speaker,
committee.
The House Leader didn't say where we're to leave and go to. Have you made arrangements? where are we?
Yes, Madam Speaker, arrangements have been made in the government conference room for the meeting of the PAAC. So we will ask that those members be allowed to leave to convene that meeting, chaired by the member from Manchester Southern.
Members, we will pause while members of the PAAC take their leave.
While we do that, Madam Speaker, there was a motion for me to complete. So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion of notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question is that we suspend the standing orders to allow for the completion of the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
As indicated,
House
Madam
Leader?
Speaker, we will now continue the debate on the Cybercrimes Amendment Act.
Please make welcome to her feet the member from St. James West Central for her contribution to the debate.
Madam Speaker, this bill entitled an act to amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for connected matters is seeking to give effect to recommendations of a joint select committee that had been set up to consider and report on the act. While one Parliament does not bind another, decision can be taken to implement work done in a previous Parliament, but it's important for us to appreciate that work done in one Parliament does not necessarily bind another Parliament as a general rule, but there are incomplete matters that may be taken up in a new Parliament. Madam Speaker, how we sufficiently provide for misbehavior in this age of technology is troubling. Bad actors may stay in other jurisdictions and create content that is published anywhere. And we have to grapple with effectively dealing with those issues. The bill in clause 5 is deleting the words sent to another person and substituting the word publish. In a side conversation with the minister piloting the bill, I shared with him that publication in law has a particular meaning. And in the law of defamation, publication must be made to at least one other person than the person being defamed. This is not the defamation law, but it is seeking to do things in a similar way to ensure that those who create content that is defamatory can be published. Those who create content that is malicious and is injurious to others can be dealt with. I'm wondering whether the amendment may have an unintended effect. It indicates that it shall be a defense in any proceedings to the commission of an offense for the defendant to show that the image was published only to the individual depicted in the image. And I just wonder whether it could provide license for taunting and blackmailing. Say, for example, consenting adults are engaging in activities. The activities are photographed or videoed, and one may say, send me the pictures, send me the video, not knowing the full extent of what was photographed or videoed. And it is sent to the person. And the law is saying that it shall be a defense to an offense that a person publishes an intimate image of anyone without consent if the publication was done only to the individual depicted in the image. I would like to invite a reconsideration of this because I foresee unintended consequences with this provision. The law should not create a license for anyone to think that they can blackmail someone, send taunting images, haunt you, disturb your peace of mind. And that's the end of it simply because it is passed between the two people. And you may have said, send me the pictures you have taken. And that is presented as having consented to something being sent to you. I think it needs a little more thinking through. But, Madam Speaker, what I believe we need to address urgently is how we deal with people who publish on the internet. On the internet, a number of fake reports are going around. Numerous fake reports. And you know they are artificially generated, artificially altered. I even see some published with myself and other members of this honorable House in handcuffs. And they are going viral. In my case, Madam Speaker, I forwarded the matters to the relevant investigative bodies, only to hear that there is nothing they can do about it because, no, these are criminal actions, criminal conduct, because the IP address is not being shared and the law is limited only to threats of life. And those who govern the websites are overseas and they are not sharing the information. And people's reputations are being tarnished. You have children in fear because things are put out about their parents. You have lies being told all over the place. So the law really has to go further. Any law dealing with cyber has to go further. And the real purpose of my contribution to this presentation is to remind that our Parliament does have power to make laws with extraterritorial application. It is something that not many people are aware of. But the legislature of Jamaica has power to make laws having extraterritorial operation. And I'm inviting use of that provision in amending the Cybercrimes Act and dealing with all matters relating to cyber, where the conduct and the misconduct are not restricted to the territorial space of Jamaica. The harm is great the damage is great. And so while I appreciate what this bill is seeking to do, I join in asking for something more to be done to deal with the real problem that is happening in cyberspace. It cannot be that we have a legal framework and those who are to enforce it are saying that they are powerless to enforce it because the law, they cannot compel anyone to provide information outside of Jamaica. The Parliament of Jamaica has the power to make laws that can apply beyond the jurisdiction. And I'm inviting that that be considered for all reviews. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'll just ask the Minister to bring the other recommendations to the fore, because the police are saying that there is such a huge gap in the legal framework that they really can do very little in investigating cybercrimes. I don't know how many provisions have been used. I don't know how many cases have been prosecuted. But my personal check in terms of the effectiveness of the framework says that they feel powerless because they can't compel even the disclosure of an IP address. They can't compel disclosure of who holds an account, where an account holder uses that account to publish false content, knowingly, maliciously, deliberately so. And I would dare say criminally so. Invited, done to damage people's reputation, done to cause all kinds of speculation. I had a member of my constituency call me crying. My MP, is it true that you were arrested? Because a picture is circulating with you in handcuffs. It's not funny. It really is not funny. And then another call. People are pleading for me and begging for me because I've been arrested. And if you look closely at the image, you can tell the image doesn't have anybody of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I'm sorry? Well, I couldn't be arrested and be here in the house at the same time. But we make light of it. We make light of it. But the truth is that it is harmful. And these things do not just happen. People sit down and they fabricate and they utilize the tools that are available in this digital age. They distort images. They make up stories. They use your voice and your image. And the police are saying, Madam Speaker, to the Minister through you, that they can't do anything about it. Because gone are the days when they could say to the telecoms company, give us the IP address. They are telling them that they can't get it without a court order, and then when they get the court order, they are dishonoring the court orders. So we can't legislate in vain. We have to ensure that when we pass laws, they can be enforced, and those who are to benefit from the laws can get the benefit. So all matters dealing with the cyberspace must be able to reach beyond the territorial jurisdiction to where the harm is committed. And the Parliament of Jamaica has the power to do so under the Jamaica Independence Act, which is one of our constitutional instruments. That is the extent of my contribution on this.
Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, let's make welcome to his feet, Minister Wheatley. Will now make his contribution to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm closing the debate.
Sorry, he is closing the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to close this debate on the Cybercrimes Amendment Act. And I begin by thanking members on both sides of this Honourable House for a serious, thoughtful and practical discussion during the sitting of last week, January 22nd, and of course, the contribution from the member from St. James West Central just now. The issues raised go to the heart of public trust and public safety in an increasingly digital society. Madam Speaker, I will address the concerns and the recommendations raised by the members who spoke last week and this week. The member from St. Mary's South-Eastern, St. Andrew South-Eastern, Portland Eastern, St. Andrew South-Western, St. Andrew Southern, St. Elizabeth North-Eastern, St. Anne South-Eastern, St. Catherine South-Eastern, and just now the member from St. James West Central. Madam Speaker, this bill is not being brought lightly to this House for us to deliberate and vote. It is being brought because the harm is real. Fraud and scamming, identity theft, cyber-enabled deception, and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images are damaging lives, families, businesses, and confidence in the digital society. And the government's obligation, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that our laws keep pace with these threats without losing the sight of rights, due process, and clear prosecutorial standards. Madam Speaker, members from St. Mary South-Eastern, St. Andrew South-Western, and St. Elizabeth North-Eastern asked why Jamaica has not acceded to the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime, commonly called the Budapest Convention. Madam Speaker, the House should note that Jamaica has signed the United Nations Convention against Cybercrime, and we will therefore be a member of an international treaty framework on cybercrime and international cooperation. Madam Speaker, the Budapest Convention was developed by the Council of Europe and signed in November 2001. It was the first international treaty addressing crimes committed via the internet and computer networks. While it has grown to include many members globally and has influenced the shape of cybercrime laws worldwide, including our own, they remain an important context. It emerged from a drafting process led principally within Europe, and a number of countries rejected it and advocated, Madam Speaker, for a new international convention developed through the United Nations. Madam Speaker, in 2019, following a United Nations resolution to adopt a new convention, an ad hoc committee was established to elaborate a comprehensive international convention on countering the criminal use of information and communications technologies. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. The UN Convention Against Cybercrime was developed on December 24, 2024, and opened for signature on October 25, 2025. Jamaica played a significant role in that process, and along with some 71 other countries, signed the UN Convention Against Cybercrime on October 25th, 2025. Madam Speaker, the UN Convention provides a comprehensive approach to prevent and combat the global problem of cybercrime, to include, Madam Speaker, human rights safeguards, strengthening international cooperation, and establishes extensive measures for technical assistance, capacity building, and information exchange. Madam Speaker, this is, of attention for us to, especially countries like Jamaica, where developing countries would need to get that level of support to build the capacity within our own jurisdiction to challenge or to deal with issues like this. Madam Speaker, the key point is this: international cooperation is not optional in cybercrime enforcement. Whether through existing mutual legal assistance arrangements or through the UN Convention framework as it becomes operational, Jamaica is positioning itself to secure the cross-border cooperation that gives domestic law real enforcement strength. Madam Speaker, several members raised concerns about Clause 5, which amends Section 9 of the Principal Act. Suggestions to remove nudity, intimate images, are broken beyond that harm, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for St. Catherine South Eastern suggested removing nudity or intimate images from the bill, while the member from St. Anne South Eastern suggested expanding the clause to cover other harms caused by generated images. Madam Speaker, the House is reminded that these amendments arise from the work and the recommendations of the Joint Select Committee established to review the Cybercrimes Act. And one of the specific issues considered was that what is commonly referred to as revenge porn. That is the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. Madam Speaker, Clause 5 speaks directly to that issue. For that reason, the suggestion to remove intimate images cannot be accepted, and the clause is not drafted to cover every conceivable harm that a generated image might cause. It is targeted, Madam Speaker, because the harm is specific, severe, and widespread. The member from St. Anne South Eastern raised the lack of provision for audio, noting that deepfakes can also be used for voice cloning. Madam Speaker, Clause 5 creates an offense regarding the publication of an intimate image, a visual representation of sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity. That is why the focus in this instance is visual, Madam Speaker. I know that the House can appreciate that audio representation could not be contemplated within the specific offense being created in this clause. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern and St. Andrew Southern expressed concerns that reputational sabotage and the broader misuse of one's image and biological manifestations have not been fully addressed, especially in this current age where AI is becoming so prevalent. I must admit that the government side here, Madam Speaker, acknowledges the seriousness of this concern. Yes. However, the House is being asked to note that the Cybercrimes Act must not be viewed in isolation. Publication of false material, as the member from St. James West Central alluded to earlier. Reputational harm, misuse of personal data or biometric misuse must be addressed within the wider legal framework, including the Defamation Act and the Data Protection Act. Madam Speaker, under the Data Protection Act, biometric data is treated as a sensitive personal data, and written consent is required for its lawful use. The Act, Madam Speaker, provides rights to prevent processing where it is likely to cause a substantial harm or substantial damage or distress and is unwarranted. Madam Speaker, concerns were also raised, especially by the member from St. Elizabeth Northeastern, that the bill does not expressly reference artificial intelligence, deepfakes, forged documents, or manipulated videos, and that this may make prosecution difficult. You know, Madam Speaker, we have to be very real how we deal with issues like this. Because the House must recognize that the Cybercrimes Act is technologically neutral. That neutrality, Madam Speaker, is very much intentional. It allows prosecution of offenses under the Act, irrespective of the technology used, the platform involved, or the method of manipulation. And I will repeat, it allows, Madam Speaker, for the prosecution of offenses under the Act, irrespective of the technology that is being used, or the platform involved, or the method of manipulation. The absence of a specific reference to AI, Madam Speaker, is therefore not fatal. What matters is whether the required elements of the offense are present, whether an intimate image is created or generated, and whether relevant fraudulent manipulation of data has occurred through input, alteration, deletion, suppression, or other means contemplated by the Act. Madam Speaker, this notwithstanding, the government has already indicated its intention to develop a national AI policy, Madam Speaker. And we have reappointed the National AI Task Force to assist with this work, including, Madam Speaker, analysis of Jamaica's legal and regulatory framework and recommendations for new laws or further amendments. Madam Speaker, members from St. Andrews Southern, St. Elizabeth Northeastern, St. Catherine Southeastern, and St. Andrews South Western raised concerns regarding certain defenses proposed in Section 9. Specifically, Madam Speaker, the publication to the individual depicted in the image. Again, it was also raised by the member from St. James West Central. Publication for bona fide educational, medical, scientific, or research purposes, and publication for reporting about historical events. Madam Speaker, the offense contemplates publications to persons other than the individual depicted, meaning the public, Madam Speaker, or a third party. This is why a defense for publication to the individual depicted was included. Madam Speaker, with respect to publication for bona fide educational, medical, scientific, or research purposes, members are reminded again that the Cybercrime Act is not to be applied in isolation. Any use of an individual's image must still comply with laws such as the Data Protection Act, the Defamation Act, the Obscene Publication Suppression Act, and the Child Pornography Prevention Act, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Data Protection Act requirements are consent, particularly written consent for biometric data, remains very much relevant. On the issue of historical event, the concern is very much appreciated. The intention is to distinguish between current events, and events of historical significance. Madam Speaker, the government does not consider it prudent to define historical event in the statute, but the ordinary meaning is clear. An occurrence from the past that has significant meaning or impact on society, culture, politics, or the economy is what we would contemplate to be historical. An event from last week, Madam Speaker, is not a historical event. It is a current event. So we have to view it in real context, rather than just opposing for the sake of opposing. It is something that as a society, as Jamaicans, we have to be real, because we know what is current and what is classified as historical. Spanish Town becoming the first capital in 1534 was an historical event. But the fact that you go on social media and hide behind a device, whether a computer, a laptop, or a smartphone, and you go and defame someone or you produce something that causes harm to someone's reputation, that is not an historical event. It's a current event, and you are to be held liable. Yes. Turn from the mic. I sure you hear, Mama. You see, that's why you were clapping the desk. You heard. Madam Speaker, the honourable member from St. Mary's Southeastern encouraged future tightening to address cumulative and organized digital misconduct and platform cooperation in fraud investigations. The government agrees with the thrust of this point. The House is reminded of the role of the major organized crime and corruption agency, MOCA, in investigating and prosecuting serious organized crime, including cybercrime, Madam Speaker. In addition, law enforcement agencies will collaborate through existing mutual legal assistance arrangements, and as Jamaica advances its position under the UN Convention framework, will be able to access international cooperation, technical assistance, capacity building, and information exchange to strengthen investigation. I believe, Madam Speaker, that addresses the concern of persons committing crimes against Jamaicans and are hiding overseas. We have seen in recent times a lot of persons, especially when it comes to election time. You see some people creeping out from some holes. In some instances, we see where there are paid partnerships. And that, again, Madam Speaker, can be investigated to see where Madam Speaker, the point is that they cannot hide from the law. Whether you're from Westmoreland, St. Catherine, New York, Kingston, even if you're in Algeria, the law will find you. And I'm not speaking, Madam Speaker, to any of the honorable members in this house. I am just saying areas where one might believe that they can find comfort or security. So if you go to Portland, if you go to Haiti, the law will find you. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrews Southeastern raised the concern about the time taken to 2 years, in fact, to review, and of course the period before tabling. And it is indeed a real concern, Madam Speaker. The government acknowledges this concern. But it should be noted, Madam Speaker, that cybercrime reform is not a simple drafting exercise. It requires careful alignment of enforcement powers, prosecutorial practicality, constitutional safeguards, and coherence with other laws. Especially, Madam Speaker, where the amendments touch issues like consent, privacy, public interest reporting, and sensitive data, Madam Speaker. That said, Madam Speaker, the government accepts the broader point. Technology moves quickly, and the law must not be allowed to move slowly. And we are committed, Madam Speaker, to more continuous review rather than the long cycles between updates. The honourable member, or should I just say the member from St. Andrew Southeastern, raised the issue of underreporting of cyber incidents, including within the financial sector, and stressed the importance of reporting incidents to regulators. A very good point. You know, and it's an observation that we fully support. The Cybercrime Act itself does not create breach notification duties. So this is where now we have to teach Julian. The member. The Cybercrime Act, and he's also the spokesperson. The Cybercrime Act itself does not create breach notification duties. We acknowledge that. But Section 21 of the Data Protection Act imposes obligations on data controllers to comply with data protection standards and to report to the Information Commissioner within 72 hours. Any contravention of that standard and any security breach affecting or which may affect personal data must be reported. That is an obligation, and I know the member appreciates that because he participated in the whole process. He participated in the process, and we have to ensure that we raise the standard here in Jamaica, where data breaches are reported in a timely manner. We have seen in a jurisdiction where there are data breaches that the data commissioner or the regulator is notified, as well as the person whose data was breached. The Data Protection Act provides that level of support and coverage. We have to now put in place the necessary enforcement to ensure that where there is a data breach, in whatever sector, financial or otherwise, that proper reporting is done. Madam Speaker, data controllers also have an obligation to notify the subjects, as I stated earlier, whose personal data is affected. And so this is a key reminder to institutions. Cyber risk is not only a technical matter, it is also a compliance obligation, and it carries legal consequences. So institutions that collect data, personal data, must recognize that they do have an obligation. And where there are breaches within their institution or organization, there is a reporting mechanism that is automatically triggered, and they must comply. There are very stiff penalties under the Data Protection Act. And when an institution decides that it wants to operate in this space, they must recognize that they have an obligation to protect our data and cannot use our data without consent. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southeastern encouraged that the 2015 guidelines published by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions regarding the interpretation of Section 9 be included in public education. The government agrees. Madam Speaker, a law is only as effective as public understanding and enforcement readiness. And so proper public education must be done. And if we want to ensure that a number of our laws, in particular sensitive regulation and laws, are fully appreciated, we have a responsibility to ensure that we have adequate public education as well. Yeah. We cannot just pass laws and expect people to comply. We have to ensure that the laws that we pass for the benefit of our people, that they themselves are aware of their own obligation and the consequences that will follow. Laws cannot be created in isolation. It must be done in such a way that our citizens appreciate the work that is being done to protect them. And that is why I truly agree that public education is essential. And so, following passage, we will embark on an education and awareness program to ensure citizens, institutions, and law enforcement agencies understand the provisions of the Act, the practical standards, and the consequences of breach. Madam Speaker, the member from Portland Eastern asked how enforcement would define the person in control of premises and whether that person can control any act under the Cybercrimes Act. Madam Speaker, the member from St. and Southeastern also suggested mandating reports once the location of criminal activity is known. Clause 8 gives effect to the recommendation of the Joint Select Committee and is akin to a provision in the Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act of 2013, commonly called the Lotto Scam Act, Madam Speaker. Section 5 of that act penalizes the owner, occupier, or person responsible for management of premises who knowingly causes or permit the premises to be used for commission of offenses under that act. Madam Speaker, it is our understanding that law enforcement has not faced difficulty identifying the persons or persons responsible for management under the Lotto Scam Act. And we expect similar practical clarity here, Madam Speaker. With respect to monetary reporting suggestions, the government notes the point and will consider it as part of continuing reforms, Madam Speaker, ensuring that we build obligations that are enforceable and consistent with existing legal duties and safeguards. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern expressed that the penalties are inadequate. The House is asked to note that the Act provides for prosecution in both the parish court and the circuit court. This creates limits at the parish court, level, but more seriously, Madam Speaker, but more serious consequences at the circuit court level, where fines may be at large and imprisonment ranges significantly depending on the offense, damage caused, and whether it is a repeat offense. For protected systems where interference would have debilitating impact on national security, public services, or public safety, the Act provides penalties up to 25 years. I believe the member will appreciate the fact that 25 years, which in technical terms is a lifetime, is more than sufficient at this time. Technical lifetime, technical. The government's view is that the penalties are substantive and sufficient, while acknowledging that deterrence is not only about maximum penalties. It is also about detection, investigation capacity, and successful prosecution. Madam Speaker, the issue of spam was raised. And I'm going to define spam as I will also define key later on. Spam is really defined as the unsolicited bulk messaging or messages which can oftentimes be a nuisance. Not
House
yet.
Leader.
Madam Speaker, the members' time having expired, we ask that it be extended by 10 minutes.
The question is that the member's time be extended by 10 minutes to allow for the completion of his presentation in closing the debate. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister? Please turn on your mic, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of spam was raised earlier, and we all can appreciate that spam messaging can be a nuisance. It is also a gateway for malware, phishing, and financial scams. Jamaica already addresses spamming through multiple laws. The Electronic Transaction Act of 2007, the Data Protection Act of 2020, and the existing Cybercrimes Act of 2015. Madam Speaker, unsolicited commercial communications, direct marketing restrictions, and related cyber harms are already covered within this legislative ecosystem. This bill, Madam Speaker, does not need to replicate what is already covered elsewhere. Instead, Madam Speaker, it strengthens critical gaps identified through review. And I must, thank the members and the participants who work during the review process, members from both sides of the aisle, and the contributions that we got from the public and interest group that has brought us to this point where we can really table and debate the amendments. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrews Southern sought clarification on the distinction between the terms electronic and digital in the context of the amendment to the definition of key in clause 2 and 11. Madam Speaker, in modern cybersecurity practice, particularly within public key infrastructure, the PKI, a key is not simply a physical object. It is not the key that you use and start your car. And in fact, we stopped using the keys that you insert in car. Right, member? It is also digital. It's not you, it is the member beside you. It refers to cryptographic key material used to control access, protect confidentiality, and verify identity through encryption and digital signatures. Madam Speaker, in today's online world, a key often means the secure code or credential that proves identity, unlocks access, or protects information such as the credentials used for secure logins, encrypted communications, and trusted digital signatures. So, to simplify it, a digital key, and I'm not going to be specific as to who I am addressing. No. A digital key refers to the secure credential itself, the unique code that enables security and trust online. An electronic key, refers to the electronic device or mechanism that may hold or use that credential, such as your debit card, your credit card, a token, or other electronic tool used to access systems securely. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the amendment is to ensure the law clearly covers both the secure credential card and the way it is stored or used so that offenders cannot exploit a loophole. And so it was in that context that we redefined the term key relative to it being digital or electronic. And as the technology evolves, we will have to also, in time, redefine terms that now broadly covers the area. And as you know, I don't know anything about anyone offshore account, sir. Don't draw me into that. Madam Speaker, members raised concern about investigative capacity. While operational capacity sits within the relevant agencies, the bill strengthens procedural discipline and accountability by requiring the Commissioner of Police to develop and implement a code of standard procedures for search and seizure under Section 18. Madam Speaker, this is very much practical and necessary. In fact, complex cyber cases often succeed or fail on lawful, consistent evidence handling. In addition, Madam Speaker, through international cooperation and technical assistance mechanism, Jamaica will continue strengthening training and capability across the investigative and the prosecutorial chain. Madam Speaker, the member for St. Andrews Southwestern recommended empowering the clerk of court to seize computers engaged in fraudulent activities. Madam Speaker, the House is reminded that investigative search and seizure powers reside within the Jamaica Constabulary Force, not the prosecutors. The bill, however, makes provision to improve the forfeiture process by enabling the clerk of courts to make an application for forfeiture of already seized computer materials. This supports better case outcomes, Madam Speaker, and stronger disruption of criminal operations. In closing, Madam Speaker, this bill is fundamentally about protecting Jamaicans in a borderless digital world. It's about restoring and reinforcing trust. Trust in digital banking, trust in digital commerce, trust in online communications, and trust in the ability of the state to defend citizens against modern harms. It addresses, Madam Speaker, real and present dangers. The non-consensual sharing of intimate images, the rising scams and fraud targeting families and businesses, the misuse of digital tools to deceive, extort, and exploit. It strengthens enforcement while recognizing safeguards and the wider legal framework that protects rights and personal data. Madam Speaker, this is not anti-technology legislation. It is pro-trust, pro-safety, and pro-digital confidence. Jamaica cannot build a modern digital society or a modern digital economy if the public believes, Madam Speaker, that the digital space is lawless. Madam Speaker, I believe I have addressed most of the concerns raised, and I commend this bill to this Honourable House for a second reading.
as a perennial victim myself, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for connected matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
No amendment. Chair, as we're now in committee, the minister member has told me that there are no amendments, so you could put the clause there on block.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, if you heard a while ago, there are no amendments. So members, I put clauses 1 through... Oh, you still want to be clause by clause? Okay, the leader of the opposition is asking that we just go clause by clause, even though we have no amendments. Huh? Members, I put clause 1. He may have something he would like to comment. Yeah. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 3. Those in favor? Leader of the opposition, do you have, if you have clauses you would like to intervene in respect of, just indicate, please. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 4. Those in favor? House Leader, a moment, please. Members, I put clause 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 5. Those in favor? That's the one. Our leader of the opposition has an intervention here.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, it is a normal procedure to put each clause individually unless nobody has anything to say on any specific clause. And the fact that the government doesn't wish to make an amendment doesn't mean that no one has a comment to make on a specific clause. Right. And that is why I don't think it should be suggested it's any way obstructive to ask for the normal procedure to be followed. It's not a very long bill. In clause...
Hold a moment, Leader of the Opposition. In practice, the minister who carries the bill would normally indicate if they have amendments 1, and 2 would normally indicate if they would like to take the bill as a whole, which is what was done. It wasn't decided by the Speaker.
And I objected to that.
I would not have been at the sitting when you made your contribution. So there's no issue if you would like to go clause by clause. None at all. So there is no difference in views. Go ahead, Leader of the Opposition.
I just want to revert to the issue that I had raised in my presentation in relation to the amendment to Section 9 of the Principal Act, which is set out in Clause 5 of this bill. And it creates a defense to the criminal offense where the defendant can show that the image was published for the purpose of reporting about historical events. And I said there's a lack of specificity as to what that encompasses. In his closing of the debate, the minister indicated essentially that everybody knows what historical events means. You know, when Spanish Town became the capital of Jamaica, that was a historical event. Something that happened last week is a current event. The point is, time is a continuum, and at what juncture something that is current ceases to be current is a matter that is often open to speculation or debate. And that is why, quite often, terms which have an ordinary English meaning, ordinary meaning in English, are the subject of specific definitions in legislation, because it is recognized that the parameters and contours and limits of a concept in plain English may not be sufficiently precise for the purposes of the criminal law, which is where we are here. That is why I was seeking to have it clarified what historical events that phrase was intended to cover. I accept that something last week might be a current event. It might also be of historical importance. So, what about a year ago? What about 3 years ago? What about 5 years ago? What about the Tivoli incursion of 2011? All of these, you know, he went back centuries to make a point, but I don't think the point was well made. I recognize the government doesn't intend to make any amendments to this bill, so I'm just using this opportunity to restate that from where I sit, it ought to have been more precise as to what the parameters of this particular defense to the criminal act of using intimate images without consent, etc., what the specific parameters of the defense are. And I just wanted to use this opportunity for the benefit of Hansard to have my concerns restated in light of the minister's explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We put clause 5. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I will take the 6 to 11 as there are. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendment. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The House is now back in session. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments. Madam Minister. Minister.
You know, just a Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrimes Act and to Provide for Connected Matters read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, we will now conclude the Jury Act. Shouldn't take us a long time.
Madam Speaker, in relation to the Jury Amendment Act, just a few concluding remarks.
Minister, hold on a moment, please.
Marlene, see if those people send the... Madam Speaker,
Minister of Justice, go ahead,
just
please.
a few concluding remarks before I ask for second reading. The bill itself, Madam Speaker, dealt with two issues: the increase in the fees and the widening of the fees to jurors who are called to serve, and also the matter of jury tampering before and during the trial. Madam Speaker, a number of concerns were raised, and it seemed to me, even though I've tried to remedy a number of the concerns raised in relation to jury tampering, it still needs a bit of tweaking. So I've decided that we're only proceeding with the increase in the fees, and at the Joint Select Committee on the Jury Act, I would like the first order of business to deal with jury tampering. And we can finalize that, what we have here and what would have been proposed today, but I decided we will do it when we set up the Joint Select Committee, okay? So, Madam Speaker, having made those close remarks, I know, Madam Speaker, would like to ask for second reading of the bill. That bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I'm going to go down into committee and then...
They should never have been tabled at that time. So if you had them last week, withdraw them. So, sorry? Could you, some of them, it was premature. So please, I told them not to table them. But in any event, some of them will be taken and some will be withdrawn. Okay? What, Leader of the Opposition?
I do not know that I have any copies. Yes, list of amendments. Here.
I hope members have a copy of the bill, because we are going to be deleting quite a few of the clauses, okay? So that we only deal with the question of the increase in fees for jurors. But I told him not to table them, you know.
Minister Chuck?
Yes, could you
be so kind as to take us through clause by clause?
You could go, Madam Speaker, and put the clauses one by one, and each clause I will then indicate the amendments.
I put clause 1.
No.
Minister Chuck, would you be so kind, if you have an amendment to a clause, would you be so kind as to say so prior? So I think I would prefer
no amendment to clause 1, Madam Speaker.
That you ask to put clause instead. So Minister, the approach I would prefer to take is Chair, put clause 1, put clause 2. In which case I will know it has no amendments.
No problem, Madam Speaker.
Thanks.
So
Thanks,
you can
Minister.
put clause 1, Madam Speaker.
I put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2, Madam Speaker, is deleted. Madam Chair, is deleted.
Members, clause 2 is now deleted.
All in favor?
But you see, it's going to need renumbering as well.
It will come at the end, Madam Chair.
Okay.
In
members.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Members, the question is that we remove clause 2. Those in favor?
Aye.
Delete clause 2. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is now deleted as was previously tabled in the bill.
Madam Chair, the clause 4.
No,
sorry, 1 second, Madam. Just a
clause
note.
3 first?
No, clause 4. Clause 3, Madam Chair, delete also clause 3.
Okay, members, the question is that we delete clause 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, clause 3 now stands deleted from the original.
No, the original clause 4 to 8 will now be renumbered clause 2 to 6.
Okay. Two to 8. So clause 4 is now 2, 5, 3, 6, 4, 7, 5, and clause 8 is now clause 6.
Right. I should indicate, Madam Speaker. Right. So clause 3 as renumbered. And the heading should be payment to jurors.
Okay.
Payment to jurors and other persons.
So previously, clause 5 now renumbered to clause 3. The heading is amended to state payment to jurors.
Right. And in section 35 in that new.
Yes. No.
Clause 4, which has been renumbered as clause 2.
No. Yes.
Are you not putting it?
We did. Sorry.
No, you haven't put it as yet.
You haven't put it.
Could you put clause?
You just renumbered 4 to 8 as 2 to 6.
I was just listening to hear.
Could you put that
one of the
clause
renumbered
2?
clauses
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Could you put it?
All right. I put clause 2 as now stands in the bill
my
unamended.
fault, Madam Chair. Remember, we're changing payment of jurors to payment to jurors.
Yeah, but that is going to be clause 3.
Right.
The new clause 3. So I am putting the new clause 3.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, sorry. Clause 4 as renumbered, now clause 2, there's an amendment. And it's to delete the words and other persons from the quoted section, which is in clause 2 as renumbered.
And it should be numbered payment to jurors.
Payment to jurors. Okay.
And in that clause 35, we want to remove the next one, right? Okay.
So you're deleting the subheading. You're deleting the subheading and substituting it with payment to jurors.
So in the clauses 3 and 4, the words fees and
hold on, Minister. Let me just put clause 2. The new clause 2, as amended, has one amendment which says payment
to
jurors and other persons in court.
Madam Chair,
Just payment to jurors only. Only.
Madam Chair, that is not a part of clause
2.
as renumbered. It is the subheading. It's the heading preceding clause 3 as renumbered. The heading,
It says the principal
is
act
deleted
is amended by deleting the subheading payment of jurors immediately before section 35 and substituting therefore the following. And then the following was payment of jurors, and the minister was saying convert it
and
to
it should be to jurors.
To jurors. That's what, right. And other persons. So, and that comes before clause 3 as now.
No.
Form in the act. You can just delete this clause because you're going back to what's there now. It already says payment of jurors.
No, we want to say payment to jurors.
Payment to instead of
to jurors. We want to leave it as payment to jurors. And in the next 2 clauses, Madam Chair, we want to remove the words fees and those 2 words.
Hold on, don't move yet, Minister, because we still need to close off on clause 2 as amended. But all I want to confirm with you, Minister, is if below it's saying payment to jurors and other persons, or if it stops at payment to jurors and you're removing and other persons.
Right. That is correct, Madam Chair.
You're removing
it says
and other
payment
persons.
to jurors.
Okay. So he's gone back to the original, which is payment of jurors will now read payment to jurors. Okay, so members, I put the amendment that is the new clause 2 as amended. Those in favor of the amendment?
So,
those in favor? Those in favor of the clause as amended?
Aye. No. In the new clause 3, Madam Chair, the section 35, we are going to remove those 2 words, fees and. So it should read, be paid expenses. So that's clause 3 as renumbered. And in clause 4, a similar thing will be done. You're going to remove the words fees and. So it should read,
Minister, in respect of clause 2 first, that was just adopted, Member Russell has a question first. So could you?
Yeah, so the question is that we are deleting other persons, but the increase also affects persons who were not selected as jurors. They would also benefit. And
yes, because they were summoned as jurors.
Yes, but doesn't then the other person need to be kept in order that those persons... No?
Only those persons who were summoned as jurors.
Minister, would you be so kind as to just double check that?
Yeah, because...
Before...
Is that what he's saying?
We need to confirm if once you're empaneled as a
But
juror,
you're not
you're a
yet
juror.
empaneled.
So other persons become a juror. Is that it?
Okay.
But
Sorry?
you would want to leave the words on other persons.
Yeah, you're not called for
Minister.
Madam Chair, I take the point. We
Yes.
can keep and
And
other persons.
yes.
Okay.
To just make sure. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a technical point whether you're...
Yes, agreed. All right. So members, opposition leader.
But you still want to say payment to jurors and other persons.
Right.
So the clause 2 as amended is just to remove the word of and replace it with the word
That
to.
is correct.
Okay.
So members, the
and
amendment...
other persons. Yes, yes.
Can you
And other persons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment to clause 2 as renumbered. You're deleting the subheading payment of jurors and substituting it with payments to jurors and other persons. The other persons account for those who have been summoned and those who turn up for the selection but do not actually serve as jurors.
But that was what was agreed.
Right.
Okay.
You conceded it.
So
All right.
member Malahuford, the only correction we would therefore be making is removing the word of and replacing it with the word to, as the rest was already there. So members, the amendment is removing of jurors to jurors is what it is saying.
Madam Speaker, is deleting the word,
No,
the word of
and the amendment
She
is
said
only
it, yes.
deleting the word of and replacing it with
With to.
to. So members, it will read once the amendment is adopted, payment to jurors and other persons.
Correct.
Members, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Members, those in favor of clause 2 renumbered as amended, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. We will now move to
Clause
3 as renumbered.
You remove fees and...
Delete fees.
Delete the two words, fees and so payment
Okay.
for expenses.
Okay. Are there any other amendments?
No, not in that clause, Madam Chair. No.
So the amendment is to
I'm coming
remove
to that.
fees and
Yes, yes.
I put the amendment. Those in favor?
Yes.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 3 renumbered as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. We will now put the amended clause 4. Go through that, Minister.
Clause 4 as renumbered, we're again removing the words fees and.
And you may just go ahead and say the same for clause 5 as
No, Madam
renumbered?
Speaker. No, just for clause 4. Remove the terms fees and. No, clause...
No. So let's stop there then. Members, the amendment is being put first, which is the removal of the words fees and. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. And I now put as amended the renumbered clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. You may now move to renumbered clause 5, Minister.
Clause 5 as renumbered, Madam Chair, we are deleting the clause and substituting therefore clause 5 section 37 of the Principal Act is repealed. So all that will be in clause 5 as renumbered is just section 37 of the Principal Act is repealed. So all of that would be removed, Madam Chair, which is the old 37.
So it will only read from the the words will just be Section 37 of the Principal Act is repealed, full stop.
That is correct, Madam.
And everything else is removed.
Removed.
So the amendment is maintaining only the words from the newly numbered Section 5. It says Section 37, Clause 5, sorry. It says Section 37 of the Principal Act is repealed, full stop. Everything else is deleted.
Number 5 renumbered.
Yes.
No.
Hold on, Minister.
Yeah, just to note that the marginal note will also need to be amended.
Yes, the marginal note will also repeat that. And Madam Chair,
so the marginal note will say repeal of Section 37.
And Madam Chair, clauses 9 and 10 are deleted.
Okay, hold on. It will say repeal of Section 37 of the Principal Act. So you will just put remove and replacement from the notes to the side.
6 leader of the opposition is 4.
Hold on.
It's now the renumbered 4.
Don't move on yet, Minister. So members.
5 is the repeal of Section 37.
Members, we ask that you now vote as to being in favor of the amendment to the renumbered Clause 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. And we now put that you vote in respect of the amended clause as renumbered Clause 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will now go to Clause 6.
No, well, Clause... It will be 6 as renumbered.
6 as renumbered.
No change to 6.
No change to 6 as renumbered.
Those in favor?
Members, I don't blame you, former Speaker. Members, I now put Clause 6 as renumbered. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
And now, Madam Speaker, Chair, clauses 9 and 10, which are the original 9 and 10, are deleted.
Okay, so members, 9 and 10
are deleted.
Let's go. He will say that 11 is renumbered. So.
And 11 is now renumbered as Clause 7.
And correct. So members, the question is that the original Clause 9 and 10 be deleted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. And now the question is that the original Clause 11 be renumbered to state Clause 7.
Correct.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. So Clause 7 is now renumbered Clause 7. Are there any further amendments to Clause 7?
No further amendment, Madam Speaker.
No further amendments. I put, well, I don't need to again because you
one other amendment, Madam.
You know, just for absolute certainty, I put the amended clause.
Renumbering.
The renumbered Clause 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, just in the memorandum of objects and reasons, delete paragraph A and renumbers paragraph B and C as paragraphs A and B. Paragraph A dealt with tampering. And Madam Chair, also in the MOR, the second sentence that starts with presently.
Minister, when we print the final bill, the memorandum of objectives and reasons is not included. So you are at liberty to make the necessary changes that you would like. We would not put the memorandum of objects and reasons.
Still, Madam Chair, I think it should be put that we're removing sections that deal with tampering. So the second sentence at the top that starts presently to the end of jury tampering will be removed, and also.
You know, it has been before once, opposition leader. Oh. It has been put once before since I've been Speaker. It was requested by the then Minister of, either it would have been Constitutional Affairs at the time, I think, yes, was deliberately requested.
And that is just...
for special reasons.
All right, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. In passing the bill, the provisions that are passed are the substantive clauses, any schedule, the title and enacting clause. The memorandum of objects and reasons is never passed as part of the law. It's an explanation as to what the bill is about. It's not part of the legislative content of the bill. But, you know, I just want to make that point because I think what we're doing is irregular. The fact that it's done once before, it was irregular then as well.
Okay.
But so be it.
For the same reason it was brought to the attention of the House when done before. Member Malahufort.
Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwest? South is correct. In recent times, the memorandum of objects and reason have not been put. But there was a time when it was part of it. Law revision process took it out and it fell aside. But it actually, Madam Speaker, it speaks to a statement of the policy behind the bill, and it should relate to what is contained in the bill. So the member, Minister Chuck, is correct in asking for the sentence that previously related to clauses in the bill which have been deleted to be deleted from it. And it doesn't matter whether the MOR is being put for approval. It's for the record of the Parliament to show what the bill is doing.
That is the end of the... You can put the rest, Madam Chair.
But there's another,
no,
there's another removal, you know. You said something about tampering.
Just wanting to confirm something before we conclude, Minister. It says, presently the Act does not provide for the discharge of a jury in instances of jury tampering or for a trial to continue without a jury if there is evidence of jury tampering.
That has been proposed, should be deleted.
That's what I wanted to confirm. So, no, it's in the body. So it would read the Jury Act governs the process all the way to the word trial. And then correct. Right before presently would be removed to the end, tampering.
And A is
and
removed.
Then A would be removed.
And B and C renumbered
and
A and B.
B and C renumbered A and B.
Correct, Madam Chair.
And that is... Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, just real quick before we close out, you had some amendments to your regulations.
No. There are no corrections.
No, there were none identified.
No,
but we have still not taken the title and enacting clause.
Just ask you to look at it before we close. I just was wondering because I am actually seeing where there was a repeal. Yes, I was saying you repealed the aspect of the civil jurors. And then when you look at the regulations, there's a whole schedule of amendments. I'm just wondering before we leave, because it would then be language that has no application to anything since you're repealing.
Are you talking about Regulation 1?
Yes.
We could. You're right, Member. We could remove Regulation 1.
Yes.
If you're going to amend the regulations, you need to insert a clause in the bill doing that. So there need to be a new clause 8 or some, probably the easiest way to do it, that would amend whatever provision in the regulations you want to amend.
Minister. Minister. Minister, please relook. You're now ready, so we leave the regulation.
Right.
And we will now put both the title and enacting clause.
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
No.
She said must leave it.
It wasn't there.
Just leave it.
Members, any amendments to the schedule? We will now put the schedule. You have a comment?
Just to clarify, and I don't know if this is the point that the member for Eastern Portland was making, but in the amendment to the newly renumbered Clause 5, which was formerly Clause 7, which repeals Section 37 of the Principal Act in its entirety, I'm just asking the question because we don't have the regulations before us. In the schedule, there are references to the Jurors' Expenses Civil Cases Regulations 2015, and there's a renaming of them, and there's an amendment to various provisions in that, Regulation 1 and 2. Is that still relevant now that you're repealing Section 37 of the Act?
Because remember
asking.
In the original Act, there are matters to deal with civil cases.
Right.
So you don't want to remove that, you just leave the regulations as is.
Okay. Just checking.
Because when we get to the Joint Select Committee, we hope a lot of tidying up will be done. Okay?
Just to say that Section 37 of the Principal Act deals with criminal cases, and that is now provided for in Clause 5, which repeals and replaces Section 35. And 35...
Chris, turn that off.
35 goes across jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So
Madam
initially, 35 had
Your next opposition leader.
clauses dealing, subsections dealing with the civil trial. 35, the civil trial. 35 deals with civil trial.
Yeah.
And providing for persons who serve as a juror to be paid for each part of the day.
Leader
and
of
those
the
entitled to
opposition,
be
there are
paid for
some
travelling.
remaining sections in the Principal Act that we don't disturb.
Yeah. I just want to make the point, though, that this, what we're doing right now, reinforces the importance of having left-hand pages when you table bills.
I agree totally.
I mean, even the Ministry of Finance, who is tabling an amendment to the Income Tax Act today, which is in long form, it's not even printed form, they have the left-hand pages there, and I commend them for that.
No, I agree with
the
that.
Ministry of Justice should do the same.
Quite. Okay, Madam Chair, you can put the...
They're sent.
You can put the change.
Member
left-hand page-
Manahuford had a intervention.
Just to say, Madam Chairman, that the left-hand pages are always sent with the bills. I believe that before the bill is tabled, I'm suggesting that the Legislative Council check to see whether the left-hand pages are included. Numerous times we have indicated to the printing office that the bills are not to be sent without the left-hand pages. And they come more often without than with. It's an irregularity in the legislative process.
Member Buchanan.
Madam Chairman, just to tidy things up, I don't know if you took your usual course in your adopting your eye for the amendment of regulations. It's now 7, so I don't know if we
No,
did
we're
that.
not going to disturb it, Minister.
No, it was as 11, so I don't know if oh, it stayed.
Yes, yes, I did. We
okay,
did.
very well.
Yes. And we approved the schedule. No, let me just make sure we put the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
It hasn't been adjusted. Those against? The ayes have it. And now let me put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Members, we have the bill passed at committee stage with 8 amendments. Members, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, members. That's the end of committee. Thank you, Marshall. Members, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 8 amendments. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a 3rd time.
The question is that the bill be read a 3rd time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act read a 3rd time and passed.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice will take note that we will not tread that road again. Madam Speaker, as we are still in public business, we do have tributes to give. And the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports is here, and she is going to lead us in tributes of 2 musical greats who have departed from us. I now turn over to the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport.
Minister, House Leader.
Don't move. Who's saying for me?
Madam Speaker, may I proceed?
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now present my tribute to Stephen Catcore, and I wish to acknowledge the presence of his family, who is here in the house. Son Shia, son Stephen, and their aunt Carol Core. If you could just stand to be recognized. And Madam Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge former Senator who is present with us, Barbara Blakano. I should say Sister Makeda. Madam Speaker, he was 12 or 13 years old when he formed his first band in Barbican called the Alley Cats. At that time, and a bit on the heavy side, they nicknamed him Fat Cat. In his own words, he lost the fat and just became Cat, the name by which we lovingly called him for the rest of his life. Stephen Catcore, the son of a music teacher and a former deputy prime minister, rose to become one of our nation's great reggae ambassadors. His parents encouraged him, his music talent, and the hope was that he would become a classical musician, perhaps a cellist, which was his first instrument, or vocalist, but life had other plans. There was a sound system across the gully where he lived, which played a different kind of music, ska, rocksteady, and he found himself gravitating towards that and away from classical music, which he never really stopped playing. One of the main characteristics of the Third World Band was their ability to blend genres of music together. Reggae and classical music, reggae and Latin music, reggae and R&B, soul, disco, and hip-hop. The ability to play all genres was a requirement from he played with Inner Circle, his second band, which played at parties and needed to be nimble at responding to the musical desires of patrons. But reggae was Cat's great love and a central part of his life since he played his first reggae song, the 1968 hit Ride Your Donkey by the Tenors. After Inner Circle, Stephen Catcore and Michael Ibu Cooper founded a new band, Clancel Eccles, the late Jamaican singer, songwriter, producer, and talent scout, proposed that they call the new band the Sons of Third World. But by the time they signed a contract with Chris Blackwell, they were simply Third World. For more than 50 years, Third World has taken Jamaica's music to the peoples of the world. The longevity of the band has been attributed to the quality of its leadership as well as to the quality of its music, with Cat Corps playing a critical role in both regards. Cat leaves a catalogue of hits that have helped to broaden reggae's appeal and attract new audiences. For him, reggae was not only rebel music, but an art form to express every human emotion and condition: happiness, peace, joy, love, and I could go on. Now that we found love, committed, sense of purpose, 96 degrees in the shade, tried your love, reggae party, reggae ambassador, forbidden love, and I could go on and on and on. They're all great tracks that have stood and will continue to stand the test of time. There are many anecdotes about Cat, even the time when he was with Inner Circle. And Roger of Inner Circle sometimes shared with me a lot of the experiences, even when as a band, under Mr. Seaga as the Minister of Culture, they backed the festival song performers, in the festival song competitions. And some of the stories hilarious, I can't tell you here. And I recall when Bob Marley passed, and we were doing a tribute at the Reggae Sunsplash event. We were doing a tribute to Bob. And before the tribute, I was in New York and I got a call that Stevie Wonder was in Jamaica. His management, nobody knew he was coming to Jamaica, and they needed me to fly back to assist him with getting security and getting some money and all of that. And when I came back, I said to Stevie, you know, arrangements were being made for you to come to Jamaica and perform, and for Earth, Wind and Fire to perform, but it turned out, although you're all going to perform for free, it will cost more just bringing the equipment. Those days, we didn't have the equipment in Jamaica. I said, but Stevie, if you could come back for the tribute to Bob at Reggae Sunsplash, and if you feel like it, you go on stage and jam with Third World. And he said, okay, I'll come back for the event. And I got to the phone, and I called Cat, and I called Willie Stewart. And I said, call Stevie Wonder and tell him you'd be happy if he would come and jam with you. Well, the rest is history. Stevie Wonder came back for the tribute to Bob Marley. He went on stage, and he jammed with Third World. And that became the relationship between Third World and Stevie Wonder. And out of that, you know the songs. So, Cat was recognized by the government of Jamaica with the Order of Distinction for his contribution to Jamaican music. And I want to use the opportunity to express condolences to his family, to his children who are here, and to the members of Third World. I know that this is a great loss to them, and I know they are grieving. And it's not just a great loss to them, but to Jamaica. And to all of us even here who knew Cat Corps and knew him well. He was just a wonderful soul. You know, I got a recent joke that he was at somebody's house and that person had prepared a cake for Mariah Carey, a 6-story cake. And they were warned, nobody go in the fridge and touch the cake. We're cooling them to layer them. Well, he left the house in the hours of the morning, everybody gone to bed, and when they woke up and looked in the fridge, one of the layers was cut with a message from Cat, "Oh, the cake tastes good." But he was just a wonderful soul, a sweet soul, you know, and we're going to miss him. I know that the House will join with me in paying tribute to this great ambassador, the cellist, the guitarist, the vocalist, the musician extraordinaire, Stephen Catcore. His contribution to taking what he called this big music from a little island to the world was immense and worthy of our recognition and celebration. We celebrate Catcore's life and music and throw our arms of support around his family, even as we remember them in our prayers at this time. Kana isn't with us today in the chamber, but I know she's watching. And we will be celebrating Catcore's life. His funeral service will be on the 19th at the Ewe Chapel. And on the 20th, we will have a big celebration in his honor. And you're all invited. Catcore served the culture well, and we continue to be grateful for his contribution. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for her contribution, her tribute to Stephen Catcore, well-researched and very appropriate. I too want to join other members of the House in welcoming two of his sons and other relatives here who are participating through watching the proceedings on this historic occasion where the House pays tribute to one of Jamaica's finest musical sons. Madam Speaker, we on this side have an additional connection in the sense that his father, Honorable David Core, is a former chairman of the People's National Party, former member of Parliament, former Minister of Finance, and Deputy Prime Minister, as has been said. And I want in that context to also convey our condolences formally in this setting to the family of Catcore. Catcore was a consummate musician, a very versatile musician. He was best known, of course, as a lead guitarist, but he was also a virtuoso on the cello. I've seen a recording of him playing Nasum Dorma with A.J. Brown singing that famous Italian song, which was a theme song for the Italia 90 World Cup. But he was also a great songwriter and was responsible for either individually or collaboratively penning and writing numerous songs for Third World over the years, many of which became household hits. And he was a good singer. There are songs that he sang for Third World, certainly verses that he sang as effectively a lead singer, but very good with harmonies as well. So we're talking about someone who took the music, Jamaican popular music, to another level. And Third World was always very experimental. That was what was so exciting about them. You know, not only their music, and their music was always very experimental, fusion, from roots reggae through to dancehall, fusions with jazz, fusions with R&B and soul, classical aspects to their music and so on. They were unique, and are, I would say, because I don't know what the future will bring, but up to the present, you know, there have been several iterations of Third World, but Cat has been in each iteration, from when Prilly Hamilton was the original vocalist, I believe, through to the period of Ruggs. Ruggs was really perhaps the lead singer most associated with the sound of Third World. Into more recent times, I think A.J. Brown has been singing for them, and of course, he's a great singer as well. So that versatility was also combined with live performances that brought a new level of creativity to concert performances. You may remember things like Explanitations. I was too young at the time to be permitted to attend and watch those shows, but friends of mine in the community that I grew up in on the university campus on College Common attended, and it was always described as a phenomenal experience, the way in which the concept album was taken into the concept performance and brought a unique dispensation to how Jamaican popular music, and reggae in particular, could be portrayed live. As has been said, Third World has produced some of the genre's classics, and sometimes those classics were written and performed exclusively by Third World. Sometimes there were collaborations with some great international artists. And the respect that they carried was recognized across the globe. They were an international outfit and had international respect. On a personal level, I knew Cat fairly well. He was a lover of cricket, as am I, and there are many occasions when I would buck him up at Sabina Park to watch Test cricket, and we would sometimes sit beside each other and have good conversations about cricket, but also about music and the culture. He is a revered figure in Jamaican popular culture, because the tenure of his career is so long. As has been said, he started when he was 12 or 13 and continued for perhaps 50, 60 decades, years, 50, 60 years, 5 or 6 decades, as a leading light. And many of us have had the honor and joy of watching him perform in various fora, whether it be on the stage at Reggae Sunsplash year after year, or in other venues, indoors and so on, including his proficiency on the cello. I last saw and embraced and spoke with Cat 2 days before his passing. Yes, because I was at the funeral for one of our former members and senators, Wickham McNeil's mother, who was a former councillor too, I believe, of the QNN division. And Cat attended the funeral. And after, when we were leaving the church, it was at University Chapel, so the last time I saw him was there, he and I encountered, and we had a brief but very pleasant chat, saying we must get together and talk. That wasn't to be, but I feel very privileged that I had that final encounter with him, and it was such a pleasant sharing, albeit brief. So Jamaica has lost one of its great musicians, one of its great cultural ambassadors, and someone who any of us who knew him personally would feel we were very lucky to have had the opportunity to share those personal experiences with him. Condolences again to his family, his children, and all we can say, may his soul rest in peace. What good, my brethren.
Minister Grange, hold a moment, please. There's a contribution being made by Portland Eastern, Western, Portland Western. Member Vaz, Minister Vaz.
Morning. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my own personal tribute to Stephen Catcore, and for those of us who knew him well, Johnny Tiger, as he called himself. My relationship with him developed in 1976 at the tender age of 13, so he was quite a few years older than I, when both our parents were in Parliament. My father for the first time in 76, and I think 72 or before was the late David Core. We met on several occasions, despite the fact that I was younger than him. We moved in pretty much the same circles in Upper St. Andrew. But more than that, I was privileged to play tennis at Vale Royal, which had a good tennis court at the time, while David Core was Minister of Finance. And we were able to use that court because I played tennis with another former Minister of Finance when he was Minister of Finance, and that would have been the late Eric Bell of blessed memory. So you can see my ties, despite the fact that I'm on this side. They go deep. They go deep. What struck me about Johnny Tiger was that he took a liking to me. Obviously, we used to talk when I went to play tennis there, but as a youngster, I'm just being so much older, I think 69, so maybe 7 years older than I was. I was a youth, as he would call it. But he became a protector during those tense political times, that 76 to 80, when things were like out of control. He never ever saw me out and never checked on me. He never saw me out and didn't ask me if I was okay. And the most important thing is that he was not into the politics. He was into music. So despite the fact that he had a tradition in politics, music was his thing. But it goes further than that, Madam Speaker, because I knew his two brothers of blessed memory very well, Ivan and Michael. In recent years, prior to his passing, Ivan did a lot of work for me in Portland through member Julian Robinson. Met him at a USF handing over, that was 2007 to 11 when I was first minister. And he introduced me to him and we hit it off. And he came to Portland and spent many months working on upliftment of the youths there, trying to guide them and to help them. So it goes far and wide, Madam Speaker. But it is generational for me because my father and his father were in Parliament, civil and friends. Myself, Johnny Tiger and his two brothers. And now my kids, some of them went to school with some of Kat's kids who are here, Stephen in particular, Shia. And that relationship has continued despite the fact that we came from two different sides of the political divide. And I think that's the most important lesson that I'm trying to leave here this evening in his memory. The fact that we can serve our country in different dispositions. But we must always remember at the same time that it is one Jamaica and we're all Jamaicans. Just like the member, leader of the opposition, I was at that funeral at the late Valerie McNeil's, whose son is a former parliamentarian, thanks to, oh, she's not here. He's no longer in the House, but he still was a long-serving parliamentarian. His son happens to be my godson. Again, just showing you how I see Member Campbell looking at me, smiling. I'm giving you a lesson today, son. Learn good from it. You will listen, and if you learn, it will come to your benefit. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, just like member, leader of the opposition, he came in and I was in the left, member Golden was in the right, and he was standing up. He never sat. He was standing up and he was watching Dwight Dwight Richards. And I saw him and I said, I have to check Johnny Tiger when it was over. So said, so done. Came out of the church. Who was there? That usual embrace, that usual smile was right there. And as he said to you, him said to me, don't see a man, we have to link. Thankfully for me, in my recent years, he found friends in Portland at Alligator Head Foundation. And he was there quite a bit of time. As a matter of fact, probably more than me, on weekends and just chilling out. So we did get a chance to spend some good time over the last decade. But it's not somebody that I would say I saw every day. But that didn't have anything to do with it. He will be missed. He has done Jamaica proud. And we want to make sure, Madam Speaker and members, that his legacy lives on forever and ever. Rest well, Johnny Tiger.
Minister Grange.
Madam Speaker, I want to make my small contribution to all that has already been said, but I think the people in Waterhouse would be disappointed if I didn't recognize and to place on record their own sorrow at the passing of one of their own, someone that had become very close to the community of Waterhouse. It is unlikely, Madam Speaker, that anyone of this generation and the depth of music, either Catcore or Sly Dunbar, would have been so steeped in the music and not have been in and around the Waterhouse community in one way or the other, because Waterhouse, like Trenchtown, are the meccas of culture and music in Jamaica. Waterhouse, Trenchtown, the mecca of music in Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, Sly Dunbar, as I'm advised by persons from the community who grew up in the community of Waterhouse, lived on what is now Ellistor Avenue, Old Station Road in Waterhouse, which is really on the border of Western St. Andrew and West Central St. Andrew. And he would have moved around in that circle, so that his relationship with people like Michael Rose, Ansel Collins, and a number of these musicians is very well known in the community. In fact, I'm advised that the part of what was the foundation of their learning and the craft is Father Goodison's talent show on Tower Hill, in Tower Avenue in West Central. But that entire community of Waterhouse, Tower Hill, was their playground. And this is where they honed their craft. This is where the music was deepened and their love and passion for the music was sustained and nurtured. So Sly Dunbar, I didn't have the privilege of meeting him directly, but his music, I think all of us, oh, I thought we were just doing both. Sorry.
You can go ahead, member.
Well, I'll say that, permit me to just speak once, so that Sly Dunbar was, spent a lot of time, grew up in Waterhouse, and was is remembered very well and passionately in Waterhouse. His death has affected a number of persons in the community who would have known him, grew up with him, and watched his rise in the music industry. Cat Core was someone I had the privilege of knowing personally. And we spoke, it is true that we spoke music, but he was concerned about a lot about Jamaica. He was not just a musician. He understood, and in fact, I don't think he could be as potent as he was in writing lyrics if he was steeped in the culture more broadly of Jamaica and understand how that translates into his music. But he was always, for me, a cheerful person, someone who was very caring, always inquiring about my family, especially my wife, who had shared some common faith with us, a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. So I too, like the rest of Jamaica, the rest of the world, indeed, really am saddened by the passing, but we are very grateful that Cat Core passed this way, that it was part of our cultural milieu, it was part of developing the music, and I am sure that Cat Core, Sly Dunbar, their memories will live on for ages through the music and through their passion as they demonstrated it through the music. I want to recognize, and my community has asked me to recognize their passing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Minister Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will now pay tribute to Sly Dunbar, but I just got a quick note from someone who signed Third World in 1988. And the note says, in 1988, Third World was set to sign with Warner Brothers. In the 23rd hour, I countered with a better offer from Polygram Records, now Universal Records. We released the first single, Reggae Ambassador, in 1989, followed by the genre-bending song, Forbidden Love, featuring rapper Daddy-O. It was the first time this combination was done on a major release. Initially, the song was only played in the clubs because Black Radio at the time would not play rap records. So I did an edit without the rap, and radio success was achieved. I was honored to stand with the group's efforts to support the victims of Hurricane Gilbert in 1988. I produced a fundraiser at Brooklyn Manhattan Community College, bringing awareness and much-needed supplies and funds. Third World was one of the most musically astute bands I've ever worked with. Ibu, a master singer and keyboard player, Willie always holding it down on drums, Richie keeping the bottom steady, and of course the beautiful vocals of Bunny Roggs. But Cat Core's classical training shined so brightly when he put down his guitar and picked up his cello mid-show and took reggae to the symphony. Everyone was in awe every time they saw him perform. He was always so respectful of Miss Scott and took the time to explain the science of reggae music to me. But more so, Cat Core was very simply so kind to me. I will always carry him and the times I was blessed to be in his presence very tightly in my heart. I hope he tells Ibu and Bonnie how much I love them as well. And this is a message from Vivian Scott Chu, who who was vice president of the record company and who signed Third World. And then eventually signed Shabba Ranks, Patra, and a number of other artists to Universal Records and Epic. And she asked me, I wanted, just for the history, to say what it was working with Third World. I now would like to pay tribute to Sly Dunbar, the drummer, teamed with Robbie Shakespeare, the bassist, and they became one of the most respected and prolific session duos in the world. Together, they were Sly and Robbie, the Rhythm Twins. It's hard to speak about one without mentioning the other. They were both geniuses and quite accomplished. Robbie died in 2021. Just a few days ago, Sly passed away after a period of illness, marking a great loss for Jamaica and the music world. Lowell Fillmore Sly Dunbar was an extraordinary drummer, one of the best the world has ever seen. And Madam Speaker, colleagues, it all began with him banging out beats on his desk when he attended Trenchtown Comprehensive High School. That was the start of what would become a very successful career as a musician. Indeed, Sly Dunbar's unique drumming style and innovative approach helped to define reggae. Sly and Robbie co-founded the Taxi Records label and produced some of the best Jamaican music. They appeared on many records and backed nearly every reggae artist of note, including Gregory Isaacs, Bunny Wailer, Peter Tosh, Black Uhuru, Jimmy Cliff, Cynthia Richards, John Holt, Beanie Man, Shaka Demus and Pliers, Omi, and so many others. And I certainly had a great experience working closely with them when I managed Jimmy Riley, and they worked closely with Jimmy Riley in producing all his music. Sly and Robbie were also sought after by international artists, including Grace Jones, Gwen Guthrie, No Doubt, Bob Dylan, the Rolling Stones, the Fugees, Herbie Hancock, Simply Red, and so many others. Sly was a truly gifted and remarkable musician and producer whose passing is a great loss for the music. But what was the most beautiful thing about Sly Dunbar was his humility. I've never seen a musician who has achieved so much to have been so humble. And our current musicians who are doing well can learn. He was humble. He made sure he took care of his business. He made sure he took care of his family. He made sure that he respected those who paved the way, and he respected those to come, those who he was mentoring. I don't think that I've ever met any musician in my lifetime as humble and as sincere and as respectful as Sly Dunbar was. So I found him to also be a kind person who shared his knowledge and encouraged young artists. In this way, he has proven to be an inspirational figure. He leaves behind not only a legacy of great recordings, but his legacy must also be judged by all those artists he helped along the way. I pay tribute to his life and contributions to our music and extend condolences to Thelma, his wife, to their daughter, Natasha, who we call Shelley, other family members and friends. In fact, when Sly passed, his wife found him kneeling at his bedside. And it signaled to her and everyone that he died praying. So today, I pay tribute to Sly and recognize the legacy that he has left. We are sad at his passing, but we will remember the memories and the music. Today marks 9 days since his passing. So tonight, you know, in Jamaica, the 9-night is the thing. You must have a 9-night event. And so tonight is the 9-night at Ronnie Williams, and you're all invited. It will be a musical tribute by the industry to Sly Dunbar. It will be from 6 to 11 p.m. And the usual 9-night food and the usual 9-night music will be there. And you're all invited. We are discussing plans for Sly's Thanksgiving service to be held at the Holy Trinity Cathedral. And the date of the Thanksgiving service and the date of his viewing will be announced in a couple of days. So I just want to close by saying that we are losing our greats, many of our greats. We're losing our pioneers. And as minister, as much as possible, I will ensure that we honor them while they're with us. There's a saying, don't send me flowers when I'm gone. And during Reggae Month, we will be honoring a number of our stalwarts and our pioneers, including Ken Booth, for example, who is suffering from Parkinson's disease, but his voice is still great. At the Reggae Gold Awards on the 27th, we will have a number of artists who will be singing Ken Booth songs and paying tribute to Ken Booth. And Ken called me and he says, so you're not putting me on the show? I said, when they all sing your songs, if you feel like it, you can go up and sing. He said, yes, we can still sing. So he's going to be singing. And we have to show love at this time as they move into another phase. We have lost Jimmy Cliff, Cat Core, Sly Dunbar, Barry G, Bob Clark, and just a couple of days ago, we lost Super D. To the point where I keep saying, boy, I'm going to lose count. But it is important that we pay tribute to them, that we recognize their work. But today, we recognize Barry G's work, and as we say, Barry G, the legendary Jamaica radio announcer, who was called the Boogeyman, and regarded at one time as the king of afternoon radio on JBC, for those who are old enough. Barry G's impact on Jamaican radio is immeasurable. He played a significant role in promoting reggae and dancehall music in those days. Promoted King Yellow Man, he promoted Beanie Man. In fact, he promoted the Orange label, which was my label, with Carleen Davis. the orange label. I'm about to change it to the green-orange label. And he was honored by the government with the Order of Distinction, officer rank. I also want to briefly speak to Bob Clark's contribution as a broadcaster and a radio visionary. And he's known for his pioneering work in being one of those who was at the forefront in getting reggae radio, IRA radio, established. I had the honor of being responsible at the time as a junior minister for the divestment process, which saw the Carl Young-led Grove Broadcasting Company being awarded the license to operate the Ocho Rios radio station in 1988. Bob Clark has contributed tremendously to radio and to the development of reggae music in Jamaica. Super D, everybody knows, had his sound system and Harborview session. The Harborview Roundabout session. The young ones don't even know this, you know?
I'm one of the young ones, I know.
You know? Okay. But they have all made their contribution to the development and the continued vibrancy of our music and our culture. And today, we honor their memory. And we ask for prayers for their families. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you again for your tribute to Sly Dunbar. Sly Dunbar, along with Robbie Shakespeare, the Rhythm Twins, I think would be categorized as Jamaica's most famous and accomplished session musician. I can't think of any other musician, maybe Ernie Ranglin, but Sly, in terms of his impact, it's incomparable. I read in Rolling Stone magazine that he played on, they estimate, over 200,000 recordings. That's a hard number to imagine how that's even possible in someone's career. But, starting with the Revolutionaries as a studio band and so on, coming through the years, his impact was absolutely tremendous. He pioneered, I think, the introduction of certain technologies into drumming in Jamaica, and popularized them, made hit tunes with the Simmons drums, the electric drums. His work, for me, his work with Black Uhuru, which really propelled them to international stardom and first Grammy ever to be awarded, Black Uhuru. His work with Grace Jones, an artist who I think is underappreciated in Jamaica. Originally, I believe, from Spanish Town, Grace Jones was an iconic figure in the 80s musical scene. And her album, Night Clubbing, Sly and Robbie played on that album. And it was a very influential and immensely popular album. When you look at the names of the artists international, you mentioned the Jamaican artists, singers that Sly and Robbie played with, and it's a long list. And if you look at it internationally as well, Mick Jagger, Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan, Britney Spears, No Doubt, Herbie Hancock, Madonna, the Fugees. I mean, this is the creme de la creme of international popular music. I mean, and the fact that Rolling Stone magazine has written, I think, 2 full-length articles on Sly after his passing just indicates just what a treasure Jamaica had in him and what we have lost. Sly's drumming style was unique. It was, again, a style which could evolve and take on different genres, as is obvious by the list of international recording stars that he played with. And so the diversity of his output is remarkable. And you know, Jamaica has been blessed to have had these musicians coming out of our country, because you can't underestimate how important to brand Jamaica and the prevalence of our reputation and global image and reputation, how important it was that these musicians were playing the music that took it to that level. Virtuoso musicians, you know, no care how much training somebody in another country might have had, how exemplary they may have been, them couldn't play like Sly Dunbar. Couldn't. That's why these people have to draw for him. So we have lost an icon. It's a bit of a cliche, but it's true. We have lost, and you know, to have, as I said, been said, you know, Jimmy Cliff, Cat Core, and Sly Dunbar in such quick succession, it's really a lot for the industry to absorb and deal with. So condolences to Sly's family, musical colleagues and fans in Jamaica and abroad. You know, he has delivered a virtuoso performance in his career as a drummer, as a session musician, and as a live performer too, because he toured and he played with numerous great artists over the years. So we have been blessed to have had him. And I would also join in your remarks, Minister, in relation to Barry G, Bob Clark. We mentioned No Doubt as one of the top bands of its time that Sly played on. Well, on one of the tracks that I think he played on it, it begins with a radio in the background, the intro, and on that radio is Irie FM, Bob Clark, talking on the mic. That's on the No Doubt recording. Underneath It All, I think it's called, is the song. Yeah, I think it's that one. It's on that same album. So this is all interconnected. And Super D, the great sound man. So it's a sad occasion. And we just hope that Jamaica will continue to produce new generations of musicians of this quality, because it's the music that is the foundation of the songs and the hits. You know, it can't just be done on a computer. You know, being able to play is very, very important. And it is the live recordings, the recordings of real instruments that give you the shelf life that lasts for generations. Yeah. So Sly, beat those drums up in heaven, in Mount Zion high. Yes, aye. Yeah. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine upon another great Jamaican. Thank you.
Member from West Kingston or Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off first by paying my own tribute to Cat Corps. You know, Mr. Speaker, it was ordained for Cat Corps to be an outstanding musician, because I don't know how many Jamaicans know that his mother taught music, and that gift that Cat Corps possesses came from his mother. The work of Cat Corps goes without question, without saying. Third World became easily one of the greatest bands ever to perform live or in studio. Minister Green spoke about the success of Third World, and so too the member from South St. Andrew. But, Madam Speaker, members of this House, Jamaicans have a habit about them in taking records that international artists made that could even get airplay in their country. And once those records came to Jamaica and Jamaicans start to play them, they become big hit for those artists. If you take Nina Simone, Baltimore, hardly anybody even associate Baltimore with Nina Simone. But when the Third World, not Third World now, when Sly and Robbie covered the instrumental Baltimore, that became a big hit in Jamaica. Take the Third World. Now that we have found love by the OJs, used to get some airplay, but because of the cover of Third World, it entered the UK charts, the top 10 in the UK charts. So we are talking about groups, the Tamlins, which covered Baltimore and Eugene record, Laying Beside You, which became big hits in Jamaica. It is the depth of the Jamaican artists, their ability that propelled many of these songs. And when you check Cat Corps and Third World, they're having difficulty crossing over in the North American and the other markets. So they changed. And Lagos Jump became a big hit for Third World internationally. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, members of this House, the many big international labels that was hungry for Third World. Columbia, Island Records. How many Jamaicans is aware that World Cup 2007, Trelawney Stadium, the Third World, provided the entertainment for the world to see? Third World is undisputedly, easily one of the greatest, if not the greatest band that has ever been put together in this country. So their Grammy Award nomination in 2019 for the Best Reggae Album speaks volume to their success. But I want to pay tribute to Cat Corps, because Cat Corps is somebody I knew quite well. And then, you know, when I used to play the disco, many of the parties, Cat Corps used to be there, and we have a good relationship. But, you know, we speak about losing our talents. And I want this parliament and this country to understand that when these artists went into the studio, They never had the advantage of technology as we do today. They have to write naturally. And you find the raw talent. Some of these musicians went into the studio like from 10 a.m. in the morning. And all when 7 o'clock, you hear them say, give me another take. Now what number take is that? Number 69. So now, all an artist have to do is stay in his bathroom and just do 2 lines, and then they put it out there and it's an hit. We have to appreciate the depth and the value of what we have. And Catcore and Third World, now that we found love, and all the songs that they did, will remain in the minds of Jamaicans. We will continue to sing those songs. They're all around. You know, these songs are songs that speaks to not mischief. They speak to the reality. They speak to love. And in the music fraternity, we call them lovers rock. Because they soothe the spirit and they give comfort to those who are in distress. I am sure that Cat will find the rest that he so richly deserves. And you know, Catcore used to come to West Kingston quite often. The community center, he used to hang around with the New Vibrations band, with Mikey Rose from Black Uhuru and many others. So the significance of music cross political boundaries. The music never knew politics. Jamaicans had a love for music. And once the music was good, Jamaicans would jump for the music. Catcore and Third World not only played with Stevie Wonder, but when Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 came to Jamaica, there was a problem at the stadium because everybody knows Peter Tosh at that time was a very controversial person for right reasons. And Peter Tosh refused to play before Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5. There was a big standoff at the stadium. Show couldn't start because he said that the Jackson 5 is junior to Bob Marley. So they should perform before. But Catcore also was a part of the musicians that played with Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 at the National Stadium. So I want to salute Cat and, you know, wish for him all the best in terms of his legacy that he has left. And, you know, one thing as Jamaicans we must do, we must never allow our music to be exploited in the way that Jamaican music has been exploited. I walked into a record shop in Birmingham, in London, a couple years ago, and I saw some Bob Marley album. And when I asked of the man, where you get these albums from? Him says he print them. Our music, Mr. Speaker, is being exploited. And many of the artists are not getting the respect that is due and the benefit that comes from the sales of these music. So while we celebrate their lives, we must also ensure that we protect the legacy that they have left for us. And I am hoping that we do so. Quickly, I want to turn to the Sly and Robbie, known as the Rhythm. But you know, they used to call one the Rhythm Killer and the other one the Silent Assassin. And I spoke of Baltimore and Laying Beside You. Just some of the hits that was made in the States that was never big for those singers. And the rhythm that Sly and Robbie brought to those music made it a tremendous success in terms of our music. I'm not going to forgive the minister. she named a slew of artists that Sly and Robbie backed. And she made the cardinal sin of not naming Jamaica's greatest male artist and Jamaica's most recorded artist who celebrated his birthday on the 1st, Dennis Emmanuel Brown. Rolling Stone magazine, some 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, rated 5 Jamaicans in the top 5 greatest artists, a list of 200. 5 Jamaicans were in that list. Luciana, Bob Marley, Barrington Levy, Toots and the Maytel, and Dennis Brown. And Dennis Brown came in at number 63 on the Rolling Stone magazine list of greatest male artists, 200. That is a phenomenal achievement. And a lot of Dennis's music, Foundation, Revolution, and I could go on and name, Sly and Robbie was instrumental in backing those music, Mr. Speaker. And so their legacy will continue to shine. The last big hit that they made internationally was a song by the name of Tootsie, which is played more in North America than it is played here in Jamaica. I want to salute Sly Dunbar. You know, I used to get a call from him on Sundays after I probably finished my radio program, and he would say to me, well, I hear you play some songs, and, you know, you always call to say, well, yes, I hear me on the program. But this is the kind of person that he was. And that has made life easier for individuals such as Sly. The respect that they have garnered on the international circuit, not just here in Jamaica, but worldwide. And the minister and the member from Southwest, from South, spoke about those associations. And I want to pay tribute to an outstanding Jamaican who has gone on for greater things. I know heaven will sound sweeter. The kind of music that is going to be played in heaven is going to invite many of us to go there. Right? To go there. But I tell you, as a country, we have none to be ashamed about. We must be proud of our achievements musically. Our artists and our musicians have made us proud. Barry G, the boogeyman on radio, great. Brought new meaning to radio. Bob Clark, vintage when it comes on to music. Love reggae, but his catalog was vast in terms of the amount of music that he played. And I used to listen to him on Sundays when I have the time. And it is something that, you know, well, not regular. But, you know, we can be proud. Super D, you know, we blocking road with parties, long time member from Central, from South Manchester, long time. Because on a Sunday, out in that area of East, and the member from East Kingston and Port Royal and the member from Southwest who is from out there will tell you the impact that it created. These are Jamaicans that they came, they saw, and they conquered. And I want to say we are a better place because of the contribution of our artists. Cat Core, Sly and Robbie, Barry G on radio, Bob Clark on radio, Super D, the sound system, underground. I used to play them with Exuma Disco. And I had to wait until the crowd get big. Because on my own, I couldn't pull the crowd out at Harborview. But a Super D did. And they will be sadly missed. May your souls rest in peace, and God give them the rest that they so richly deserve. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Manchester Northwestern.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I too would like to pay my respects to our fallen musicians, those who have put Jamaica on the map. I don't think there's any other discipline that has really put Jamaica on the map like reggae music. And the passing of Jimmy Cliff, Stephen Catcore, Slide Dunbar, Bob Clark really leaves a void. You know, what I would say, our authentic reggae music. But the passing of Catcore, Mr. Speaker, hits a little closer to home because it was just the Friday before his passing. Cat and myself were at the funeral of Wickham McNeil's mother at University Chapel. And at the repast, we were chatting and somewhat reminiscing of the days when himself, myself, and his brother, Dr. Michael Kaur, would meet up and have a drink. But also, it hits a little bit closer because I don't know if persons would remember the days of Zinc Fence, the studio. And I remember the days of being much younger than I am now. And when my mother would close the restaurant in the evenings, as the member from West Kingston would say, they would be there up into the night, rehearsing. And you had a stage at the back. And you could go around there, if invited, to see live rehearsals of Third World on stage performing. But as we were reminded by the member from West Kingston of Stephen's Catcore's mother, who was the musician. And I've been told the story of Ibo Cooper, who was at Jamaica College, who went to Rita Coors for music. And that's when he met Cat while taking music classes with Mrs. Kaur. But his brothers predeceased him. Ivan first, then Michael. Ivan and Stephen followed the Rastafarian faith. Because I remember Ivan's son David and I were born around the same time. We're part of the 12 tribes. But for those of us who can remember also, going to Sunsplash at Jarrett Park and hearing Third World coming out, bellowing 96 degrees in the morning sun out at Jarrett Park. Real hot. And Cat Core in part of with his cello, taking on the music to a different height. So, the legacy of Third World. I mean, without most of the members, original members of the band, and remembering them taking on the world with rhythmic music that took us to a different height in reggae music in Jamaica. I mean, when you have persons like Slide Dunbar, who did not, as the minister said, it wasn't on the forefront, but they created music for others
that is hard to replace. And I wish some of our younger musicians, as we were reminded by the member from West Kingston, that back in the days they didn't have the technology as the current musicians, but it was just raw talent of persons like Jimmy Cliff, Stephen Catcore, Sly Dunbar. In those days, that made us the capital of reggae music that many others want to follow behind us. So, in my own way, I would just like to pay respect to those who have left us, but in particular, Stephen Catcore. And to his family, I know it is a big loss, because as I said, the other brothers predeceased him. But his legacy will continue to live on, not only in the third world music, but as a father, an uncle, and a friend to many, many Jamaicans. His humility went far and wide. You could walk in Ligania and see Catcore just walking. He was a superstar that was just like a normal Jamaican. And yeah, man, just know himself, as you would say, Jamaicans would say. So I just want to pay my own tribute to those who have left us, and for us to continue remembering them for the contribution that they made, not only to reggae music, but to Jamaica at large. Thank you, Mr.
St. Mary Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to join in paying tribute to all the musicians mentioned, but in particular to one who I consider one of the architects of our modern sound, the legendary Sly Dunbar. Sly Dunbar didn't only play music, he engineered rhythm. His drum patterns became the heartbeat of reggae, dancehall, dub, and much of global pop music. And I know we like to talk a lot about his reggae, but Sly was dancehall. He was reggae, he was dub, but he brought dancehall mainstream in a real way. I remember being in high school, playing bench, trying to sound like Sly Dunbar on Dancehall Queen. I got in contact with Sly Dunbar through one of his contemporaries, the late Lloyd Gitsy Willis, who was a close family friend and a very influential, instrumental part of their circle. And one of the things I found interesting about the Taxi Gang on a whole is I thought with how prolific they were in terms of music, they would have owned a recording studio. Much of their work was done at Dynamic Sound, and they focused on what they were good at, which was playing. They focused on what they were good at, which is playing music. One of the things I admired about him is, though he respected tradition, he was never trapped by tradition. In doing so, he shaped not one era, but several generations of musicians and listeners, many of whom did not even recognize that they were influenced by him. And he did that just by doing what he loved. Mr. Speaker, I came to appreciate him, as I said earlier, through many stories passed by Gitsy, who predeceased him, and the late Bobby Digital. And through those connections, I learned that behind the legend was a man that was deeply committed and passionate about his craft, discipline, and excellence. In recent times, we have lost several of our cultural giants, including Stephen Catcore, Jimmy Cliff, and I wonder whether the Almighty is assembling a reggae orchestra in heaven. We're reminded, Mr. Speaker, that even though they have passed away, they continue to live on through the work that they have done. May we continue to honor the music that we have produced, and may we continue to honor our legends, living and dead.
Member from St. Catherine Northwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I too just come out of PAAC. But I too want to join in celebrating the life and contribution of some of our entertainment stalwarts. In particular, I will start with Cat Core. One of my most unforgettable memories was traveling to France to Reggae Sunscare. Remember, Tony Hilton was also there in 2013. At that time, Mr. Speaker, it was our intention to attract European festivals to come to Jamaica in the summer under a concept called Jamrock Summer, 90 days, 90 ways for entertainment. And we wanted to position Jamaica as the Mecca for entertainment and to use entertainment as a filler for our hotel rooms in the summer months going forward. At that festival, Third World was booked for that festival. And Cat Core played the cello and played Jamaica Land of Beauty. You would be surprised to see 36,000 French personnel singing Jamaica Land of Beauty, not to the words, but on the cello. But where my memory is frozen was after the performance. And some of the artists that we disregard in Jamaica, they were closing the show. Some of the people that we believe are 10 o'clock artists were show closers in France, 30,000. In Germany, in Belgium, Reggae Gil, Rotterdam Festival in Spain. Those were the ones closing the show. So when the show ended, the promoter said to the photographer, at that time was the minister, junior minister of tourism, or as my good friend would say, minister of state in tourism. Yes. The minister said, the promoter said, take a picture with the minister and the band. I'm there, I'm posing. Nothing happens. The promoter says, take a picture with the minister and the band. Nothing happens. The promoter gets angry. She said, take a picture with the minister and the band. The photographer says, where's the minister? He assumed I was a part of the band. And he was so apologetic. But I was so pleased for having been confused to be a part of Third World. He thought I was a part. I will never forget that reality. And that is why I must stand today as a person with this image. I was reading recently the impact that Jesse Owens had on racism in the United States, having proven competence at the Olympics in 1936. The impact that these reggae artists that held this image like Minister Turlang, image like MP from Portland, image like myself, images like the minister currently, who was also an ambassador, image like Angela Brownberg, her locks not really form as yet. In a farm, but she's coming. She's coming. But let us not forget, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I said from Portland. I did recognize. But let us not forget, and in your heart, but let us not forget that in our lifetime, these people couldn't get a job without trimming their locks. Let us not forget that in our lifetime, there was clear prejudice against this image in this country. And it is the effort of people like Cat Core to show competence and confidence that has caused for me to read in this year or last year that there's 4 persons with locks in the parliament. There was not a time that style. And you know, that is why I say persons with locks, Madam Speaker. Because and of course, and not only with locks, with a Rastafarian practice. But let us not forget that the national acceptance started with them proving competence, capacity, and confidence. I also, therefore, must celebrate the minister and her role in IRFM. You never banned them time. But as a child, I remember it was said that a station for Jamaican music could not work. In Jamaica. It was said that IRFM could not last. And now it is the most dominant station in this country. Number 1. It shattered the perception that Jamaican was not good enough. And therefore the output of Jamaicans was acceptable. Our local prejudice was impacted by IRFM's belief in Jamaica, Jamaicans, and our output. It is to that extent that I'm saying to you that we should use these realities to ensure the continued contribution to our people and our society by what these people have created with their blood, sweat, and tears. I therefore am asking that we consider as a parliament to immediately encourage further music education in our schools, at the primary level, at the secondary level, and of course, Heart Trust should be a repository of training, a center of training for misguided young persons or persons who did not take the academic route to see that reality, that we can make it as a country. I also want us to recognize that we should not be satisfied with the reduced influence of Jamaican music in the global space. That we must put policies and funding in place to regain the pride of place that the Jamaican music had in the global presence that these individuals would have indicated. I listened with pride.
Orator?
I listened with pride.
Orator?
Yes, madam.
You are doing beautifully.
I thank you.
However, in the interest of time,
I will be ending soon.
I am asking you to please wrap up.
I was looking forward to you coming back.
Thank you so much, Ras.
I knew that this would happen.
Minister Grange, a short closure immediately thereafter.
Yes, I mean
thank you. Go ahead, member.
I thank you. I thank you, madam. But let me just close, and I'm happy to see member from, is it West Rural? West Rural, St. Andrew. There was once the Olympics with 3 countries in the 200-meter final. 3 Jamaicans, 3 Americans, and 2 USSR. One of those persons was our member sitting right here, who was in that final. And why I quickly made that observation, is because we have seen the constant flow of athletic prowess coming from that time to now that we have the twins and Sharika, but have we seen an equal flow coming from the entertainment practitioners that were once so dominant to the current set, if they are equally dominating global conversation and global space. I pray that we ensure that through policy, direction, and motivation, that we create a pipe once again for persons like Cat Core, persons like Jimmy Cliff, who dominated the world and made sure Jamaica's name stood tall. Thank you, Mr. Madam.
Thank you, Member. Minister Grange. Either you close, yes, or we move on, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague, members of Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition, for all those who contributed to the tributes that we have made to these stalwart Jamaicans who have now gone to a better place. And I would ask the Speaker if the tributes could be sent to the relatives appropriately packaged.
It would be our pleasure to do so, Minister.
Thank you. And I want to thank Cat Core's family for coming out and sitting through the session. And having a better idea of how Parliament works. Right? Cat's name will be in the Hansard, in the records of this Parliament. And our prayers are with you. God bless you. And we'll see you later at the 9th. No, not yet. We'll see you on the 19th at the funeral service at the UA Chapel. All right? Thank you so much.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I wish to recommit statement by ministers. Before Minister Chuck presents, I want to bring members' attention to our ministry paper number 10, 2026, guidelines governing the involvement of third parties in the implementation of road infrastructure projects. I wish for members to note this ministry paper, very important. Minister Chuck.
Minister Chuck.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the House for just...
Sorry, Minister Chuck. Members, those in favor, recommittal of items, House Leader, I would prefer that we just list all the items to be recommitted. Go ahead, House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for the recommittal of statement by ministers, notice of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, presentations of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Announcements.
Announcements and reports from committees.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, the question is that we recommit the following: statement by ministers, announcement, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Afterwards, public business. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Minister Chuck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a short statement. Alternative dispute resolution has been among the critical priorities of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs as it seeks to advance justice for the people and to promote a holistic and efficient justice system. This requires that Jamaica resolve conflicts more effectively and become more aware of the various alternative mechanisms other than the courts, which are a significant burden in addressing disputes. ADR not only advances meaningful resolutions for all parties, but also promotes social harmony through its positive impact. Madam Speaker, today I am pleased to present to this Honourable House the concept paper entitled Advancing Justice Through Alternative Dispute Resolution for Jamaica. This concept paper outlines the government's intention to develop a national policy on ADR aimed at enhancing visibility and access to alternative means of settling disputes, thereby advancing and sustaining a more peaceful, secure, and harmonious society. Madam Speaker, strife involving neighbor, families, relationships, land disputes, money, businesses, schools, even the churches, has contributed to the crime and violence affecting our society today. Violence which shows no partiality in its choice of victims. Madam Speaker, this strife is not a new phenomenon in our society. It therefore reinforces the need for greater early intervention in conflicts through the use of alternative mechanisms such as arbitration, mediation, restorative justice, conciliation, adjudication, negotiations, and the establishment of justice centers to facilitate dispute resolution options. Madam Speaker, it is my responsibility as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to promote and expand access to justice that is not only timely but also enduring. Alternative dispute resolution is both a necessity and a complement to the efforts of the Ministry of National Security and Peace. The utilization of ADR is also a critical tool in the judicial space as it helps to reduce the number of cases brought before the courts. Madam Speaker, greater awareness, access, and use of alternative dispute mechanisms are imperative. We must change the mindset of our people in how we resolve conflicts, recognizing that there are other meaningful and legally acceptable alternatives to fighting it out. ADR can be a critical driver in achieving social harmony. Madam Speaker, as I close, I reiterate the significance of establishing a national policy on ADR, as it offers an extensive multi-option dispute and conflict management and resolution framework, with ADR approaches operating both as standalone mechanisms and an integration with the judicial system, allows for application across multiple subject matters and sectors, marks a progressive step towards a more responsive, flexible, and adaptable justice system that effectively addresses the needs of the Jamaican populace, envisions the consolidation and standardization of several ADR approaches, including those currently utilized within the justice system, while expanding the use of other ADR mechanisms, signifies the potential to transform how disputes and conflicts are managed and resolved in Jamaica, contributing to justice transformation by supporting peaceful dispute conflict management and resolution, empowering local communities, strengthening the rule of law, supporting national development goals, and enhancing access to justice. Madam Speaker, ADR has the potential to assist in crime reduction, and it can positively impact the country and society in several ways, to include improving government efficiency, diversion of appropriate cases from burden courts, freeing the judicial resources to address more complex matters, and increase the overall efficiency of justice delivery, saving both time and money. Promoting economic growth and investment through a predictable and efficient dispute resolution system that outlines ADR options, procedures, and access for commercial disputes, thereby fostering confidence in the business environment. strengthening social cohesion and peace building, particularly in community and family disputes. It promotes reconciliation and social harmony, mitigating conflicts before they escalate, thereby maintaining societal stability, an essential foundation for sustainable development. Madam Speaker, this concept paper provides useful information in advancing the vision toward a national policy on ADR. I recommend that every school, church, business, and other institutions obtain a copy. The comments and general feedback of the public are also invited. A copy of the concept paper, now ministry paper, is available on the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs website at moj.gov.jm and also on the Parliament's website at jamaicaparliament.gov.jm. Madam Speaker, I now commend to this Honourable House the concept paper for the development of a national policy on ADR entitled Advancing Justice through Alternative Dispute Resolution for Jamaica, tabled as a ministry paper for approval as one of the many opportunities for promoting justice for peace and social harmony. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Response from the opposition? Anybody?
Straightforward.
Minister?
You want me to?
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of this side to lend our support. Do not look so surprised, Minister. We are actually very much minded to support this concept paper. I look forward to having sight of it in greater depth, but the truth is, alternative dispute resolution, we all can understand and appreciate that there is an immense need for that, particularly here in our justice system where our courts are clogged. We complain about the backlog. We complain about the number of cases which are taking up time in the system. Cases, especially those to do with family disputes and matters, civil matters, where parties are known to each other and are best resolved at mediation or such other means or modes of alternative dispute resolution. And so even though we would have started this process some time ago, we have the civil procedure rules which makes it mandatory, Minister, as you know, for certain matters to proceed to mediation. Well, I believe there was an amendment, and so it's no longer automatically sent for some cases to mediation, and perhaps that's something we may wish to revisit, Minister, because we can appreciate that it served its place very well in having matters resolved quickly and without the need for a trial. So in short, Minister, we welcome this concept paper, and we look forward to seeing how best we can review it and lend our suggestions and recommendations. Thank you.
Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House is the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the fourth supplementary estimates 2025-2026 and public bodies' third supplementary estimates. And finally, we also have the ministry paper number 10 of 2026 titled Guidelines Governing the Involvement of Third Parties in the Implementation of Road Infrastructure Projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees. Chair of PAAC.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 3rd day of February 2026, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, Chair. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025 resolution. Whereas Section 72 of the Gaming Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Commission may, with the approval of the Minister, make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the provisions of the Act, and whereas on the 3rd of December 2025, the Commission, with approval of the Minister, made the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025. And whereas subsection 3 of Section 72 of the Act provides that regulations made under the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas it is desirable that the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025 be affirmed by resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025 resolution. The Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 3rd day of February 2026, is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Asset Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Did the asset tax?
I did asset tax and income tax.
Income tax 3.
I did
both. 3. Minister, just wanting to make sure abundantly clear, it's almost sound as if I heard income tax twice and not asset tax. So for the records, just want to make sure. That is what it, yes. Minister, I have an extra copy of here. Give this to the leader of the opposition. So, just go. Minister, it is better to do it twice than to wait for Hansard verification.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice again that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Asset Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Questions and answers to questions?
Madam Speaker, the time being after 3:15, I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. That's you, those.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister of Health and Wellness the following questions standing in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Asset Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026. Madam Speaker, I also now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026.
No, she did asset. No, she didn't do. Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bills, the Asset Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026 and the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
I'm not sure if the casino...
No, member.
It has been tabled?
No, but yes, she did. She did casino first as notices of a motion given orally. However, no, that's not included in her presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. So she's only taking these two first. We'll get back to you.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, Madam Speaker.
It's tabled. It's tabled, but Minister, let's continue with these two while we resolve. No, man, it would have to be both read into the minutes, and it would have had to be circulated. Right, it has to be circulated. I got a copy on my desk. Orderlies. Orderlies. Minister, let us continue to deal with the two items that you are able to until continue. Minister, please ask that the bills be read at first.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time. And Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Asset Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time.
Clark.
A bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026 read a first time. And a bill shortly entitled the Assets Tax Specified Bodies Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Okay, Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of both bills.
So members, in respect of casino gaming regulations, Minister, would you like to, at least advise the opposition and the members who are wondering why they haven't gotten a copy that you're not taking it today? It was tabled under announcements, but nobody seems to have received any copies. Members, the copies are actually here and downstairs. We're going to have the orderlies go, get them, and circulate them. Public Business, Chairman Bunting.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is that the standing orders be suspended. To enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the motion for the adoption of the report of the PAC on its deliberations. Well, the mic is on. Maybe
That doesn't quite help. Doesn't help. It divides the mic into. Oh, you're switching? Okay.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the motion for the adoption of the report of the PAAC on its deliberations on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26 and the public body's third supplementary estimates. Madam Speaker, this report reflects the committee's responsibility to scrutinize public expenditure and to ensure that additional appropriations sought by the executive are justified, transparent, and consistent with parliamentary approval. The fourth supplementary estimates before the House provide for an incremental adjustment of $14.36 billion in non-debt expenditure, the overwhelming majority of which, $13.4 billion, is directly related to the government's response to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. The committee therefore approached its review with a clear appreciation of both the urgency of the national response and the duty of Parliament to maintain fiscal oversight. Madam Speaker, the committee examined the allocations in detail, received explanations from the Financial Secretary and relevant officials, and satisfied itself as to the purpose, financing, and fiscal implications of these additional expenditures, including their impact on the overall fiscal balance for the year. The main elements were $10 billion to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for implementation of the Restoration of Owner or Occupant Family Shelter Roofs program, a one-time housing-related grant to assist eligible households in the 7 most affected parishes impacted by Hurricane Melissa. The second major allocation was the $3 billion to the Development Bank of Jamaica to support the M5 Business Recovery Program that is intended to accelerate Jamaica's economic recovery and strengthen resilience following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. We heard that approximately $825 million of the first billion, which was being funded from the DBJ's own resources, has already been approved for disbursement through AFIs. And we also heard of a $960 million or $6 million US, which was allocated by the Ministry or to the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunication to meet an initial payment associated with an initiative to expand Jamaica's subsea fiber capacity. Having completed its deliberations, Madam Speaker, the committee has recommended that both the fourth supplementary estimates for central government and the third supplementary estimate for the public bodies be approved by this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, I now commend the report to the House and invite honourable members to support its adoption.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, Chair. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for a recommittal of notices of motions given orally.
The question is that we recommit notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Notices of motion given orally. Orderlies, could you please remove from the member from Manchester South the podium in front of his desk? Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the third day of February 2026, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the third day of February 2026. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Okay. Madam Speaker, earlier on I gave the background, the rationale as to why we're taking fourth supplementary for central government and a third one for the public bodies. It is to incorporate a total of 14.36 billion of incremental expenditure, of which 13.4 billion relates to Hurricane Melissa expenditure approved by Cabinet subsequent to either the preparation of or the approval of the third supplementary in September of 2025. And Madam Speaker, I also pointed out that $960 million represented an initial payment to Transamerica Fiber Systems Limited due upon signing of a letter of intent between that entity and the government of Jamaica to pursue the provision of additional subsea fiber capacity. And in terms of the... So I said start the motion and start the debate on the motion. All right. Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that this meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the four supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 2026.
Thanks, House Leader. The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The House is suspended for Standing Finance Committee to meet.
Madam Chairman, on our side, we have very limited questions, only in relation to the operation of the DBJ and some questions for the Minister of Finance by our spokesman on finance, so we can move swiftly without having all the civil servants down here. Yes. Just ask somebody to pray.
Member Paulwell, since your mic is on,
Let us
you
pray.
may as well pray.
Yes. Heavenly Father, as we meet to consider the report of the PAAC, and as we meet in Standing Finance Committee, we ask that you provide us with your guidance and enable us to proceed with efficiency and deliberateness. These and other mercies we ask in your dear name's sake. Amen.
All right. Members, we have convened the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, as indicated by the Leader of Opposition Business. There are limited questions to be asked of the Minister, and I think it was member from St. Andrew Southeast and Leader of the Opposition as well, who will have some intervention. So, Minister, we will go to them. So, members, you would have remembered that on the 3rd day of February 2026, the House of Representatives by resolution referred the 4th supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's 3rd supplementary estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. The committee's report, along with the 4th supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's 3rd supplementary estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 are now before us for our consideration and report. The committee is now ready to start its deliberations. House Leader.
Chairman, the Leader of Opposition Business has put forward a way in which we will proceed, and I adopt that, so we will go directly to the questions and the Minister can treat with them.
Thank you, House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My first set of questions relate to the Development Bank of Jamaica. I met recently with members of the Small Business Association and the MSME Alliance, and there are grave concerns expressed particularly by micro and small businesses in being able to access DBJ facilities. In fact, they expressed grave frustration about how difficult it was. And I'm making a distinction between micro and small from medium and the larger ones. The first challenge relates to, I believe there is a grant of $800,000 under the Gemini program, which allows a small business to prepare audited accounts, to do a strategy, to do a marketing plan. And I'm told that to apply for that, you have to complete on the website an exercise with 138 questions that you have to answer. And my understanding is that of that program, there's been a 90% failure rate. Now, why is that important? If the small businesses cannot get the grant to put their audited financials together, they will not be able to access the loans, which we want them to get so that they can grow their businesses. So what I would like to know of I think I heard in the PAAC report that about 800 million has been allocated for disbursement. I want to know what percentage of that would comprise micro and small businesses, and what has been the take-up rate of the grant, I think it's called Gemini, which replaced the voucher program. What has been the take-up rate there? Because again, the complaint is that they cannot access the grant, and as such, they're unable to either qualify for the loans at a later stage. So if you could answer those for me, Minister.
So, Member, I'll start with your last one first in terms of the take-up of the grant. That is information I would have to get from the DBJ.
They're here. They're here. The member, their leadership is here.
I know. I don't say anything else.
You can run, but you can't hide.
So where's Sharon? We have to sit down, see him. At the lawn,
So, Member, the DBJ is saying that the Gemini program is under review with the JBDC and that it should be completed by March as a new process, because obviously 138 questions to be completed sounds onerous.
In fact, the comment is that they need to engage a consultant to answer the 138 questions to actually qualify for the grant, and that the JBDC does not have the capacity, even if when they qualify, to provide the services that they need. So, for example, somebody might need audited financials, but they're being told that they really need a strategy. And then somebody comes up and says, all right, we're going to deliver the strategy to you in 2 weeks. And them say, but wait, nobody not talked to me about my strategy yet. So there is a disconnect between how the program has been structured and the ability of the micro and small enterprises to access it. And as such, the complaint is that the businesses that are taking up the DBJ facilities tend to be the medium and the larger ones. But really, what we need to try and drive is the growth with the micro and the small. And they are basically being locked out because if you want to call it bureaucracy, but it is just simply too difficult for them to access these facilities.
All right. So, Member, the DBJ is saying that small and medium are the majority of the entities that are taking up the loans.
Well, you see, all right, so the category MSME goes up to 425 million annually in terms of turnover. We are talking about the small man, the 10, the 15 million, the 20 million, the 30 million, not so much the 200 or the 300 million turnover person, because the micro drive significant levels of employment. They are the persons who are the entrepreneurs, the small ones, and growth. And they are basically being locked out of the DBJ facilities.
All right, so the DBJ has acknowledged that this is a challenge, and obviously they're taking steps to review. Again, asking these micro companies that have to focus on their business and don't necessarily have the back office to help with the paperwork, asking them to complete forms with a lot of questions. It's obviously going to turn them off. They'd rather be focused on the business at hand. And so DBJ has recognized that and will be making changes so that this process is easier, so that these grant funds are easier to access on the part of small businesses.
All right, Minister, last year after closing your budget debate and in my own intervention, I had called for the rolling in of the fees charged by the DBJ into the loan amount. My understanding is that is taking place. However, there is the AFIs still charge significant fees, which still become a burden for those businesses to access. And I believe the government has to set some range within which the AFIs can charge in terms of their own fees. Because even though you would have rolled in the DBJ fees, having to find the upfront fee for the AFI is onerous. And again, another impediment to these small businesses, micro and small, who want to take advantage of the loan facilities.
Okay. Completely agree. And as you indicated, yes, I did call for the rolling in of the fees in the
Well,
loan
I called
amount.
for it and you
All right,
responded
fine.
positively.
And it did. DBJ began to do that. They've rolled up all the fees into the loan, but I hear you in terms of the other financial institutions, and I will ask DBJ to take a look at that, because obviously we want to facilitate financial access or access to financing for our small businesses, for micro and small businesses, because we know that they provide a lot of job creation for the economy, and so whatever we can do to help to facilitate their access to lower cost financing, we have to take that on.
All right, my second set of questions relate to the 960 million allocated for, I think it's pre-investment related to subsea fiber optic. One, what is the total cost of the investment that the government intends to make in the subsea fiber optic? And is it that the government is moving to a model where the government will own the fiber and find ways to recover the cost of it? Or because in the past, private players have built out or leased the fiber on their own without the government undertaking the capital investment. So are we, as government, going to build it, lease it, rent it, sell it? What is the plan here, and what would be the total investment that the government plans to undertake?
The total investment would be between 45 to 55 million US dollars, depending on the amount of capacity that the government takes on. The government's plan is to make it available to players in the telecom sector. The government is not going to be a telecom provider, the traditional sense of the word, but to make this capacity available. Remember, when you look at the data, and let's see, I have some data in terms of how much of our data traffic is carried by subsea. It is quite a bit, a lot, some 90%, which is enormous. But when you look at the cost of doing so and you compare it to other countries, whether regionally or other parts of the world, Jamaica's cost is anywhere from 6, 7, 8, 9 times what some other countries would pay for it. We believe that by adding this capacity, 2 things will be happening. We will be ensuring redundancy in the system. Currently, it's one provider that provides subsea for Jamaica. We would love to know that we have redundancy, and that beyond the resilience that we're building there, we want to make this additional capacity available in the Jamaican market, because we would like to see prices come down significantly for the Jamaican people in order to get new business into the country, new industries, people who are dependent on data. So we have to make it a lot cheaper.
Minister, to be clear, I'm not questioning the rationale for why we need the additional capacity. What I want clarity on is the role of the government. So having made the investment of about 50 million, is it that you're going to set up, for example, a special purpose vehicle that would then lease this to private players and recover that money over time? Or you're going to build it and transfer? What is the thinking? I mean, how long? Because government doesn't have a good track record of managing large-scale assets. That's just our history, right, across administrations. So how long is it that the government intends to hold this investment?
Okay, so member, the government will own it, but it will be managed, you know, and it will be managed by others, and it will be available to private sector players.
On a cost recovery basis?
Yeah,
We will, yeah.
Would it be so what would the government recover the cost once and what is your payback plan? You anticipate recovering this in 5-10 years? What is the plan to recover that?
Yes, the plan is to recover the cost. So obviously we're not looking to earn profits in this because we're putting it in to enable an industry to develop. And we will ensure that the cost to be recovered is over the life of the investment.
And is 50 million, you said approximately, is that the cap, or are there additional costs that the government will have to incur in terms of the management and the operation?
Well, I mean, there's a difference between the capital cost, which is what you asked me about, versus the
Is it the full
operating. So
50 million represents the full capital cost?
Yes.
Okay. And have you worked out which entity within government would manage this?
Well, it will be, because of the nature of this being telecom, it will be obviously the Ministry of Emmet, right? That will be the parent ministry for this. In terms of the actual entity who will manage once the fiber lands here, that is to be determined.
Opposition leader, go ahead.
Yes. Minister, just a couple of questions. The overall funding package that was announced from multilateral sources, I think of 6.7 billion US for the Hurricane Melissa recovery. That works out, I think, somewhere in the region of 20% of GDP, depending, where GDP is, but somewhere in that region. I noticed that the government's projections indicate that the debt to GDP ratio doesn't get elevated in the medium term beyond 68% or thereabouts. How does that, and given that the projected rates of growth are quite modest and we have to recover from a reduction in real GDP this fiscal year as a result of the catastrophe, how does that square in terms? I know that for some of it is private sector and probably won't come on the books as debt, but over 4 billion of it, I think, is loans of some sort. So how does that, that's what I was saying is around 20% of GDP, the loan portion. So how does that square with your projections for debt to GDP growth?
All right, so member, yes, you're right about the 6.7 billion. You have to subtract off of that the 0.7, which is our own resources, not debt, just resources, from the CAT bond and other
what
areas.
What figure is that?
0.7,
Yeah.
so that leaves 6, right? Yeah. Minus off the 2.4 for private sector. So that would leave you with 3.6. Okay. There is, call it 0.4, which is the IMF facility that we have received already. That is to help us with balance of payment support. So that
doesn't count towards the debt to GDP.
But anyhow, the 3.6, the 3.2, after you take off the 0.4, will be primarily...
The 0.4 wouldn't count towards the public debt, the IMF facility. I'm asking you.
Yes, it
okay.
The 3.2 that's left it's considered investment loans, so it's very project specific, and you are able to access it once you have defined what the projects are. So the point is, we will not be taking this all at once on our books. It will be spread out over time, and you can see how your debt to GDP can be managed over a period of time.
But the medium-term projections are where I was focused on, where the debt to GDP ratio peaks at around 68% as projected. I would imagine these facilities would be drawn down over a similar period.
Right, but also there's growth, there's recovery in the GDP that will help as well. Yes, we have to have recovery. We've seen recovery after the pandemic. We've seen recovery after Hurricane Beryl. So there's no reason not to expect full recovery.
But recovery to where you were is one thing, but after recovery, what we've seen is that we've normalized back to very modest levels of growth. So, all of us would like to see that dynamic change, but that's the main conundrum facing the economy. So I'm just questioning, how you accommodate over that medium-term period all those additional loans and stick within that projection as to the debt to GDP.
So again, member, two things would be happening. One, the growth in the GDP, that would help your debt to GDP ratio, and the fact that we will judiciously take on these loans over time.
Yeah, but as you borrow them, they accumulate in your debt
Right,
stock.
but your GDP is growing as well.
Yeah.
So, that's
modestly.
that balance.
All right. And the other question I had relates to the housing program, the roof program, which seems to be the main housing repair and recovery program announced. And it's roughly 60 million US, thereabouts, 10 billion Jamaican dollars. And that represents less than 10% of that less than 1% of that $6.7 billion funding envelope that has been identified. So where do you see the bulk of those resources going, of that 6.7 billion? What areas do you anticipate that financing over the time?
So this financing from the international financial institutions must go towards reconstruction, restoration. It must go towards building resilience, so that the next time around, God forbid, we're not thrown back in the way that we were through Melissa. So you will see the bulk of this going into capital spending over the next 5 years or so. If obviously we're borrowing, and we have to make the borrowing count. We have to make the borrowing go towards capital spending in water infrastructure, in road development, in things that will produce growth for the Jamaican economy. You saw early right after the aftermath of the hurricane, there were a lot of resources dedicated to the relief effort to get people food, shelter, to ensure that they could begin to get on their feet again. But we have moved out of the relief stage, or are moving out of the relief stage into reconstruction and recovery, building in resilience as we go along, so that these loans can produce the kinds of investments that will lead to stronger GDP growth.
Minister, thank you so much. The opposition have no additional questions for you at this time. It being now 7:18, we have 2 minutes to wrap up committee. Otherwise, we will be going back to the House and back to committee. So in the interest of time, I would love to take us very quickly through closing off committee. Do we have any amendments, Minister? All right. The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you. We are back in the House. House Leader.
The time being 7:20, Madam Speaker, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30.
House, the question is that the extension of time be approved to allow the House to sit beyond 7:20. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of the items announcements, reports from committees, and notice of motions given orally.
Thanks, House Leader. Announcements. Oh, members, the question is that we recommit the items listed by House Leader, announcement, reports from committees, notes of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
Thank you. Reports from Committee. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
Thanks. Notice of motions given orally, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the fourth supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's third supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the third day of February 2026, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, Minister. We're still now at public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I think we've ventilated the subject adequately, so I ask that the motion be approved.
Question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? And those against? The ayes have it. Minister, at public business, would you also want to conclude on or take the casino? No, that's going to take time. All right. So, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, this is not intended to do any further business today. However, I do say but Madam Speaker, I see a member has indicated.
Madam Speaker, on the motion for the adjournment, I have a constituent who has a daughter studying medicine in Cuba who has expressed great anxiety.
No, member, that is improper. That is absolutely improper. That is not how notices of adjournment work. Right. And you cannot just get up and introduce matters without leave of a speaker. So, no, you have to. So, member, take a seat. Please take a seat, member. No, nothing is wrong with that. Members, it doesn't work like that. And I'm House Leader.
I agree with you.
I really wish I really wish more members would have made themselves available for the training session, the post-election training session that was offered. The attendance would have gone a far way in your understanding of the standing orders for everyone. Please. Thank you. Please review Standing Order 11 on adjournment. Nothing is wrong with the matter of urgent national concern, but it has to come to the attention of the Speaker prior. It should come in writing. However, the Speaker also has an option, even if not in writing, and notified to give leeway. It cannot be introduced by a member by just standing up and speaking on adjournment. It is not appropriate. Thank you. House Leader, please move for adjournment.
As I move for the adjournment, Madam Speaker, I just want the House to note the passing of Mr. Keith Aston Henry, who served this Parliament for 27 years. Mr. Henry started as an orderly to the Parliament in June 1984 and became Marshal to the House in 1997 and was well known for his punctuality, love, and dedication for his work here in the Parliament. And as such, I think it's only fitting that we note for the record that he has passed and wish our deepest condolences to his family and friends in that regard. It's not intended to do any further business today, and as such, I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
Question is that the House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
Are you and I? No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one and make the violence the world.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I nah get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, me know me mess up, but I can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know I'm jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here. Still nah get tired. Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you deal with? You think I want lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
Hi there and welcome to this Tuesday edition of Jamaica Magazine. I'm your host, Adrian Atkinson. February is Reggae Month and activities kicked off with a church service held on Sunday at Fellowship Tabernacle. Be sure to download the Reggae Jamaica app for all the events that will be happening across the island, or visit the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports website and social media pages for more information.
Jamaica Post is committed to being your preferred logistics partner. Enjoy the convenience of 3 to 5 days for international shipments at competitive rates and next business day delivery for local packages. Take advantage of our fast, reliable and ever-evolving services. Zip mail, click and ship, fast track, EMS, parcel service, registered mail, corporate mail service and private letterbox. Access customer service support and track packages online. Visit our post offices island-wide and premium service centers at select locations. For more information, go to jamaicapost.gov.jm. Conditions apply.
Good day, I'm Theodore Henry and this is your JIS News for Tuesday, February 3, 2026. Construction of the $12 billion Rio Cobre water treatment plant in St. Catherine is on track and on schedule for completion by May of 2027. Water Minister Matthew Samuda gave the update during a tour of the site on Thursday. He informed that the timeline included 2 drought seasons, but expressed anticipation for the 15 million gallon distribution of water per day the plant would be producing.
Why 15 million gallons should matter to someone listening at home is that if one was to look at the cumulative shortage that we would have had in February 2022, in our worst drought ever, we were short 12 million gallons in these areas to supply our customers. So 15 million gallons actually creates the baseline support that allows us to be able to supply our citizenry during this period.
Minister Samuda added that while the plant would supply water to 3 parishes, persons living in proximity would not be left behind.
As we would have committed and delivered in Pepper, in Runit, the community of Runit, which is home to the largest well in Jamaica, we did ensure that the citizens that lived in and around the plant that is being built there have been connected to water supply and are receiving reliable water supply.
Mr. Samuda said the Rio Cobre water treatment plant was one of 5 such projects in the works that he believed would transform the water sector. Still on water, the commissioning of the Quarry Hill Pipeline Improvement Project on Thursday has further strengthened water distribution in the St. Catherine community. The $36 million development will provide potable water to approximately 2,000 residents in the Quarry Hill and Lakes Pen communities. At the commissioning, Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, Matthew Samuda, reminded the gathering of the government's commitment to its citizens.
The Jamaican state, regardless of who is in government, regardless of who is in opposition, regardless of who is in charge of the Water Commission at any one point, made a commitment to its citizens a number of years ago. That commitment is called Vision 2030.
That commitment said that regardless of who is in power, we are working to make sure that in 2030, every single citizen of Jamaica has access to potable water and indeed sanitation.
In other news, work on the $660 million Greater Portmore Health Centre expansion project is now 60% complete and is expected to be finished this summer. During a tour of the facility last week, Portfolio Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton said finishing works include installation of doors, windows and tiling. Minister Tufton shared that funding partners, the Inter-American Development Bank (IDB) and the European Union (EU), were pleased and encouraged with the project, which is on time and within budget. This confidence, he indicated, demonstrated that projects could be managed in a way that gives the best value for money while serving the community.
And indeed, we're talking to them now about a possible phase 2 subject to government approval, involving a number of hospitals and health centers in the hurricane belt of the 5 parishes that were impacted.
The construction forms part of a $10 billion investment by the government under the Health System Strengthening Program.
We are very happy first to accompany the government of Jamaica in this project of increasing the capacities and providing more resilience also to the buildings, because when a disaster, fortunately, we had the very recent experience when a disaster happens. The first infrastructure that we need to be operational is the health infrastructures.
The expanded Portmore Health Centre will offer a wide range of services, including laboratory, X-ray, oral rehydration, screening and physiotherapy. There will also be isolation facilities, treatment and procedure rooms, and an asthma bay. The government says it intends to replace the Noise Abatement Act with a sound regulation framework to guide the management of entertainment activities across Jamaica. The disclosure was made last week by the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Olivia Grange, during a statement to Parliament on Reggae Month. She says the current law does not appropriately define the nature of music and entertainment in Jamaica, adding that there is need for clearer standards.
Because music is a noise, right? So we feel strongly that it should not be referred to as noise abatement, but rather to treat with sound regulations.
The Noise Abatement Act, which was enacted in 1997, places limits on sound levels and specifies restrictions on amplified sound beyond certain distances and times of day. No date was announced for when the sound regulation framework will be introduced. However, Minister Grange says the government will intervene to assist promoters and planners in securing approvals for community-based Reggae Month events.
We have asked the police to give support to these activities, allow them to have their events, give them their permits, and I will sign the extension for these activities to be held.
A series of activities have been planned across the island celebrating Reggae Month from February 1 to 28. More details can be found on the Reggae Jamaica app. 3 families in Stony Hill, St. Andrew have signed contracts for their new homes courtesy of the new social housing program NSHP. The beneficiaries, Marva Harrison, Senate Hines and Tristan Bartley, who were victims of fire in 2023, received their keys to the Brook in Stony Hill on Friday. The 2-story building costs $31.2 million and consists of 3 3-bedroom units. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, who founded the program in 2018, says the Brook is a model for how houses should be built in communities.
When you drive on this road, the first house you're going to see is this one. The first house you're going to look at is that one, because it is aesthetically appealing. When you put up structures that are aesthetically pleasing, it lifts the area. It lifts how you feel. It lifts how the built environment looks. And you feel better about yourself and your community.
Member of Parliament Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn was present at the handing over ceremony.
This is a fresh start. It is a new beginning for you. So cherish it and build lasting memories within the walls. Always remember that this house was built on